help if I turn the mic on. Change my volume settings a little bit. Hopefully it's a little bit easier to hear. Go. That looks good, so let's head out. Finally get to this stuff. Alright, we'll finish talking to everyone Defender's Heart. We did on the last episode. Now we're off to check the place out. I'm going to start here at Market Square. Yeah, and then go to the Defender's Library. Time starts to matter a little bit now. Hey, why'd that stop? There we go. Oh, fight already? Yep. Increase the amount of enemies by changing some settings around. I haven't even looked at these yet. You don't need that. Don't worry about the red ones. Take them off. Put some potions on.
I'll cut you wide open.
Alright, I took a fair bit of damage from that. I should... Where's the inflammation stuff? Okay. These need to come back a bit.
Something wrong?
Yes, you took damage.
Beautiful.
I'm not sure if there's loot. Let's move on. Back to the Market Square, where everything started in this game. And where are we on the map? Okay. Save?
Got this one.
Arcane check? Yep. Passed it, that's good.
Let's see what we can do.
Oop, what's this? Who are you?
No.
Hey.
I'll tell you everything, just don't hit me. I never stole nothing. I only just joined the thieflings. The two Effling gestures back the way he came, as if that explains something. It was all them. Back there. They found an underground passage to the Grey Garrison and they've been nicking stuff out of there ever since. Low-down thieving toarags, that's what they are.
Okay.
But I had nothing to do with it, I swear. Brother Gort, is that you? Brother Woljif. I thought you'd pegged it into Rebecca's jail. Happy to see you too.
Who are you?
An honest guy who's fallen in with some bad folks. The thieflings, the local thieves around here, they forced me to join their gang. But I didn't want to. Just don't hand me over to Tirabeth, valiant crusaders. Please, in the name of all the gods there ever were. Gort here is a new addition to the thieflings. So far he's swiped around 5,000 gold. He's got a long way to go before he catches up with me, mind. They made me do it.
Why are you afraid of me?
You're one of them crusaders, ain't you? You lot hate our guts, the thieflings, I mean. You lock us up and do worse to us. The two Effling gulps loudly. But I'm not a thiefling. Not really.
Can I help you somehow?
Yeah. Let me go, please.
Let him go? I haven't taken him hostage. What? An underground passage to the Grey Garrison. Tell me more.
Right, so the temple round here, the Temple of Iomade, has a cellar, and a passage leads from it right to the Grey Garrison. The thieflings, my pals, damn the lot of them, have been using this passage on and off to sell all sorts of stuff to the soldiers in the Grey Garrison. So when the demons burst into the city, we thought we'd check up on the Grey Garrison to see how the soldiers were faring, and to offer our assistance. Don't gimme that look. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Thieflings keep secrets from each other too, you know.
These aren't very good choices. I'm not wanting them to pay me. Unless I need a chaotic. No, I don't think I do. Go on your way.
Cheers for letting me go like this. I'll remember you 100 years, I will. I'll name my firstborn after you. Under your stare, the two Effling falls silent and then runs off.
What? Alright. What it was my... Yeah, I don't want to push over to chaotic. I needed... Alright. Alright, let's go see. There's some enemies down there. Let's go see which way this comes to.
Yet another obstacle.
Oh. Radio.
You see that?
Save. Alright, that's the burning bridge they're talking about that I have to build, but we'll leave that part for now. Go the other direction, back here, and slowly push out exploring this map.
Did we find trouble? No. They did.
Oh, nothing's dropping loot.
Here we go.
Oh, what's on back there? Well, I might get right back around that way.
Can we retreat already?
I can handle it. Can't make the demons wait.
Do not fear! Do not waver!
You can handle them, right?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Are these guys got anything to say? Nothing important.
Beautiful.
Alright, looks like you got something.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
It's under. Okay, I gotta make sure the jade doesn't get sold.
Let's
That's
see
a
what we can
request. Or. Alright, let's talk to you.
The elf hunched up next to you is clutching a small, but deep, puncture wound. Her appearance is quite remarkable. Her skin is blacker than any Garud's, her teeth are fanged, and her hair is as grey as a crone's. Her crimson eyes glare at you with a gleam of malice. What are you looking at, soldier? Like what you see?
Alright, take a closer look at her strange appearance. If probably best to go this since it's such a high roll. 21. Actually, I think I can buff.
My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here.
Alright,
Farewell,
didn't mean to do
soldier.
that. I'd buff first. Which one was it? One of these things increase skills, wasn't
No
it?
reason to pause.
Open your heart to me.
Maybe I don't have it. I thought. Oh yeah, skill checks. Yep. Guidance. And it lasts for 1 minute. So, who was the checker for that? Let's just put on everyone. It's a cantrip, so I can get away with casting a number of times. No, that is okay. Oh, with my amulet, okay. Recasting. Alright, I don't. Yep. I saved that, didn't I? Yeah.
The elf hunched up next to you is clutching a small, but deep, puncture wound.
Not much
Her
better.
appearance is quite remarkable. Her skin is blacker than any Garud's.
Alright, let's try.
This elf may have fallen victim to some wicked magic.
Alright.
My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here. Farewell, soldier.
I want to get that skill check. There should be.
Future awaits us.
I'll watch your back.
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
That's not
I'm
gonna help.
here. Where else
I
would I
am
be?
here all week.
I think I should possibly give that item to her. For this. Yeah. Alright, you. I'll take it off there.
Together we stand.
The elf hunched up next to you is clutching a small, but deep, punk. This elf may have
Still failed it.
My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too.
Oh my God,
It's
6.
dangerous to stay here.
Let's come
Farewell,
back to this.
soldier.
You need to roll something high to get this.
The elf hunt. This
Nope.
elf may. My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too.
Alright, I'm coming
it's
back to
dangerous
this.
to stay here. Farewell, soldier.
I'll get it out of the way with.
The elf hunched. This elf may have. My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here. Farewell, soldier. The elf hunched up. This elf may have fallen victim. My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here. Farewell, soldier. The elf This elf may have fallen. My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here. Farewell, soldier.
I will get this.
The elf This elf may have fallen. My gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here. Farewell, soldier. The elf. It
Yes.
appears that this woman is a drow. Her race is also known as dark or cavern elves. They are rarely seen on the surface, so it is surprising to encounter her here.
Okay. So this is a drow. Who are you?
Giving you a scrutinizing look, she says harshly, "There's no point in you knowing, soldier. Trust me, the answer would only bring you misfortune, and it still wouldn't be of any use to you. I'm a wanderer you won't ever meet again."
Oh, actually, this is to do with that. Yeah, I don't want to do this shit. Because that has, yeah.
My
Whoops.
gut tells me it's time I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here. Farewell, soldier.
I haven't talked to Thorn, the other guy back at the tavern yet, because I don't have someone for intelligence. So, I'll have to come back to that.
Beautiful.
That's what it said on the log. Alright, I'll try to get ahead of myself. Getting that difficult skill check. Ah, yes. This is Ember.
We'll make this quick. She won't feel a thing. I don't know. Can we really do this?
Listen, we don't have a choice. There are demons everywhere. What else would you have us do?
A group of knights surrounds a young elven girl. She is dressed in rags that barely cover the hideous scars on her body. The beggar girl is on her knees, watching placidly as the people argue heatedly around her. It is as if she doesn't sense the looming threat at all. A black crow flies in agitated circles above her head.
Sorry about that. Okay.
In
Continue.
Iomede's name, we're sorry, girl, but it is our duty. We have to do this, not for our own sake, but for the sake of everyone who can still be saved from the demons. If we don't win this battle, you won't have long to live anyway.
Knight brings his sword up above the girl's head.
They're insane! We've got to do something!
I understand. You're scared. You feel powerless. You think this will help. You don't have to justify yourselves to me. Just do what you've decided to do.
What's going on here?
We...
Our weapons barely scratch the demon's hides. We're sacrificing this girl to Iomade so we can consecrate our weapons with her innocent blood and gain the power to destroy the spawn of the abyss.
It's extreme, but we have no other choice. We have to defend this city somehow, or else we'll all perish, including her.
Maybe if I fix this, actually. Put that up slightly more. Yeah. I might fix the volume. And put up a little bit. +4. I'm up to 16. I'm better with Demonslayer. Go with this. Who told you to do this? This sounds like the cultist work to me.
Good point. Whose idea was this? I think it was yours. My idea? I was against the whole thing right from the start. Who said we needed to make a sacrifice? Wasn't it you? You can't blame anyone else for that.
Please don't fight! All of you are good people, defenders of the city. You just made a mistake. Please don't hurt them.
The little girl is defending the people who wanted to slaughter her a minute ago. She's either a saint or she's insane. Maybe the two together.
Hey, I know her. I see her all the time on the street. She's a couple of cards short of a full deck, if you know what I mean.
Hi. Remember when we used to play together when we were little? But then you went and got all big. And I stayed the same for some reason.
Huh? I played with you? Pull the other one.
You did. We played tag and hide and seek. Then you and the bigger boys came up with the game where you all threw stones at me. You laughed so hard, it made me happy too. But then you grew up and went away to do grown-up things. Wanna play with me now?
He had his own problems growing up as well. From the sounds of his story before.
For the love of... Canabras is too damn small.
I think we'd be better off going the first one. Which doesn't sound like she wants to punish anyone. Yeah, go to the Defender's Heart Tavern. That's where, to recruit people as well, so... Go to the Defender's Heart Tavern, that's where the survivors are gathering, and don't even think of doing anything so disgusting ever again.
Thank you.
They're gone. And they all lived. I was sure that someone would die today. So many people have died here already. But we are still alive for some reason. Strange, isn't it? But you shouldn't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a silly girl, really.
Who are you?
Call me Ember. I live here, on the streets, for many years now. But there's nothing to say about me.
I don't think you're an ordinary girl, and that crow you have, it's not ordinary either.
No, don't be silly. I'm very ordinary. Well, I know different types of tricks, but Soot taught me those.
Where is the crow?
Now Soot here, she truly is unusual. She's clever and she can talk, but only to me. She teaches me magic tricks and lots of other stuff. I don't know what I'd do without her.
Magic tricks, you say? You could prove useful for when fighting the demons. And I'll be able to protect you from insane soldiers on the streets. Come with me.
I must have misheard. This girl? Join our party? What could we possibly want with this dirty little beggar?
Sure, let's go.
Alright. Now we've got Ember. No wounds. Debuffs. What's she gonna be better with? Crossbow or composite? Okay. Alright, so the crossbow for now. It gets -1 on the damage. And maximum damage. Alright. She'll probably have to level up if she's going to use up. And I just guess the cost of that. I 1d3 though. Ah, okay. Raven familiar out. Okay. Welcome to the team, Ember. And there's a building here we can go inside.
Can we retreat already?
Ooh.
Something?
Where are you exactly standing? Where are you standing here? All right. Oh, did Lion have an ability for that?
Trouble yet?
Ah. Alright, well, I didn't notice that before. That's the same as the healing one, though. Perhaps save. Yeah, disarm this trap.
I am helpful, am I not? I hope you appreciate this.
Another recipe. Do like some recipes. +1 hide armor. How much does that lower your damage? It doesn't go with your bracer. I cannot use that. How about you?
Can we give this
Nope.
to the needy instead?
Let's see what we can do.
I remember this summoning circle thing. Maybe I should leave that for after. Yeah, they're pretty high roll checks.
Here we go.
Another level or 2 before then.
I am helpful, am I not?
Okay, was that everything in this area?
I can handle it.
Alright, so we've got that house and that lady over there. And let's go to where this bridge is. Yep.
Here comes trouble.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
my friends.
I'll cut you wide open!
The demon puts 2 plates on the table in front of me. On each, a bleeding human heart. Look, he says. The right one belongs to a noble and righteous man, a loyal servant of Iomade. The left one is the heart of a murderer and a scoundrel. But something tells me they taste exactly the same. I remain silent and don't move. I couldn't if I tried. One of my hands is pinned to the wide armrest, with a knife thrust to the hilt. The other similarly pinned helpless on the table. The demon circles and carefully brushes away a strand of hair that's stuck to my forehead. Your silence saddens me. Don't waste your time on this performance, monster, I say, though I have scarcely the energy to breathe. If you wish to torture me, go ahead. If you want to kill me, then kill me. My life is in your hands. But my soul is not, and never will be. The hearts on the plates in front of me continue oozing blood. They've only just been ripped from their owners' bodies. The right one, apparently, belonged to my partner, the left, to the criminal we were escorting. But the demon, who'd set his lair in the old mill, killed without discrimination. He walks around the armchair, and stops behind my back, placing a clawed hand on my shoulder. This is not a performance at all. It's a feast, and I will be sated. No, not with this. He can see my eyes still on the hearts. With you. It's your heart that's in front of me right now. So helpless. The claws on my shoulder tighten a bit. Goddess, help me endure. After a moment, the demon continues. You know what you don't understand, you zealous servants of law and good. He seems to like the sound of his own voice. It was you who brought us to your land. The more of you who gather here, at the edge of the world wound, so brave, burning with righteous wrath, the more like me will come from the abyss. It's not because we want to win a war and conquer your world. Perhaps our lords want this, but trust me, they are as far removed from their subjects as your lords and kings are from you. No, we come for those like you. For the persistent and the proud, who won't break until the end. For those whose suffering is sweet and lasts and lasts. For the sweets. He appears in front of me again, licking his lips. I well know that he'll never grant me a quick death.
Okay. Talk to any of you?
Can't make the demons wait.
The mobility check thing. That's it. There's something over the other side. Okay. Alright, save again. And there's someone to talk to down here. I think this is an important part.
Beautiful.
My beloved brother. I admire your zeal, of course, but would you not agree this is hardly the time to be standing guard over a hole that no one will ever emerge from? Or perhaps you're concerned that someone will decide to go for a nighttime stroll and will accidentally fall into it. Such foresight is laudable, but do you really need so many soldiers for such a task? Can't your warriors be put to better use, for instance, fighting demons, or clearing rubble, while the people trapped beneath it might still be alive? The face of this golden-curled Asima is beautiful even by the standards of his kind, in whose veins runs the blood of angels. His melodious voice sounds cheerful, but bitter reproach simmers in his gaze.
Okay.
Don't you dare call me brother heretic. The signs of recent, hard fighting are obvious in this stern old man. His armor is dented and covered in blood, and his unnatural pallor suggests something more dangerous than wounds inflicted by claws and fangs. Nevertheless, his gaze is stony and his voice, accustomed to barking orders, is harsh and clipped. How dare you accuse me of doing nothing to protect this city? Especially now, when followers of your temple were caught committing treason. To my mind, you are no different than the demon worshippers, those miscreants, those beasts that are digging under the city walls.
Alright, this is Hellrun, who a number of NPCs have already warned us about. This guy. The Inquisitor.
Everyone knows, my dearest prelate, that in your zealous pursuit of order in the city, you have long since forgotten how to tell friend from foe, and good from evil. That's what happened with my adepts, whose act of treason was a genuine attempt to save the city. And yet again, I am forced to repeat myself, while we are wasting time on pointless quarrels, people are dying under the rubble in our city. People whom we could have saved if you had only set your soldiers to the task, and not kept them here, surrounding a useless and utterly harmless hole in the ground. Harmless? Well, if it's on your say-so, then that must mean there is someone down there. Your associates, no doubt. And they are just waiting for us to abandon our posts before they slink out and try again to. The old man notices your approach. And you. I remember you. You appeared in my city the day the demons attacked and Ter-Endilev died. What are you doing here? Answer at once, or I'll have you strung up by your ankles before you know it. Don't think that the demons have wounded me, I still have enough strength to take on 100 of your sort. And what is this hideous creature? Hellrun peers at Lan with suspicion. Lan, at your service. The mongrel ducks his head in a bow. My forebears fought in the First Crusade. I've lived in Kenabras my whole life, you haven't ever seen me before. Ah, it must be because you don't ever venture into our underground district. We have been meaning to complain to the city authorities that our paving stones have been in need of repair for a long time.
I like Lan. He's a laugh.
The First Crusade. So, you're a mongrel. HMPH. You obviously know human speech, surprisingly well, in fact. All right, let's be off with you. The prelate looks at you. If he causes any trouble, I shall hold you responsible. Come to think of it, you still haven't told me who you are.
I'm a crusader. I'm fighting to liberate Kenabras from the demons.
A crusader, you say? HMPH. I'll be looking into that. You obviously don't know to whom you are speaking. I'm the one who decides who's a crusader and who's a traitor in this city. Hellrun Shapok, prelate of Kenabras by the grace of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, and the city's defender against threats from within and without.
We already told you we were a crusader from back when Turb, the dragon, died.
And, as we can see, you've done a sterling job protecting the city. The golden-curled Asima flashes a flinty smile. I am Ramian of Edm, prior of the Temple of Desna, which, alas, currently lies in ruins. Wise Hellrun here believes it is vital to guard this hole in the ground, from which he is certain demons will emerge at any moment. I have been trying to convince him that the city has far more urgent matters to deal with. For instance, rescuing those currently dying under the rubble.
Well, there are more mongrels coming up, but they're not demons. But he possibly will say they're demons.
You know what? There may in fact be one matter that is more important than guarding this hole. I've put it off, and look where it's led us. I should have had you hung from the gates back when you dared to defend your gang of delinquent demon collaborators. If the Sorcerians had hanged our Euluvals while they had the chance, there never would have even been a war. I won't repeat their mistake, I won't hesitate any longer. Soldiers, seize this scum.
Yeah. Aureliu is the one who opened the world wound. And our experiments.
Prelate, see reason. These are frightening times, but threatening to hang someone without trial, that is unworthy of a servant of Iomade. The old man fixes his eyes on Sela. Lest you forget, girl, we may serve the same goddess, but you are not an inquisitor. Don't question the way I choose to serve Iomade, and I won't question yours.
What precisely are you accusing Ramadan of, Inquisitor?
Treason. Not long before the city was attacked, several followers from his temple tried to secretly access the wardstone and perform an unknown ritual over it. Hulrun is trembling with fury. The wardstone of Kenabras, the gift from Iomade, the bringer of light, wrought by the hands of her herald, the first in the chain. And followers of that crazy runt of a goddess try to meddle with it using their magic, after hearing a voice in their dreams. My soldiers almost had them caught, when Ramian got in the way, allowing the traitors to go to ground. I made a mistake, I didn't have him locked in a cell and interrogated to within an inch of his life. And now the city lies in ruins. It's time to rectify that mistake. I've told you before and I'll tell you again, my people foresaw the attack on the city, they knew the wardstone already carried the seed of corruption within itself, and they were simply trying to heal it. I've heard similar claims before, now where was it? Ah yes, from Stauntonvan, the traitor who brought down Drazan. The lessons of the past have taught us a great deal, and that is why I never believed you or your mob's lies even for a second. And I was right.
Okay, reveal the light of heaven. Behold, Inquisitor, I bear the gift of an angel who died in the caves below Kenabras. I am no enemy of yours.
The old man frowns and whispers something, a prayer or a spell. With each word, his face relaxes. You are telling the truth. The light in your hand was wrought by the power of heaven. I will keep an open mind with regard to you, stranger. And later, under less fractious circumstances, I would like to ask you about how you came to receive this gift. But that can wait. Now I must deal with this filth once and for all.
Alright, we'll go with the... No. Say nothing.
Ramian looks at the prelate. You're a fool, Hulrun. You're a zealot and a murderer, but you're a fool first and foremost. I told you that the wardstone was weakened. You wouldn't listen. I warned you that the city was going to be attacked. You shooed me away. The truth is that my young adepts were trying to save the wardstone, and you stopped them. Of course, Those truly responsible for this tragedy are the demons, but you have done nothing to prevent it. And now you would still rather kill an innocent person and perish yourself than admit that you were wrong. As always. With a wave of his wand, the Asimur vanishes. He fled, the heretic. He's no doubt expecting me to rush off in pursuit. But that won't work on me. Halrun turns his attention to you. What about you? If you truly have been marked out for a gift from heaven, this is your chance to save the city. Go and bring back that filthy traitor. I am almost certain that he and his cronies were helping the demons, either knowingly or unknowingly. Their attempt to bewitch the wardstone is clear proof. Ramian must be captured.
Ramian really warned you about the attack?
Those crazed Decenans were always bursting into my study with their incoherent prophecies that came to them in their dreams. I won't lie, sometimes what they said did come to pass, but can we really rely on the woolly dreams of heretics over the cold hard facts of intelligence reports? Plenty of demons could have easily fooled them and whispered a treasonous plan in their dreams, and those lunatics would have been only too happy to listen. This time, Mr. Curl's forebrains came to me and declared that demons were about to attack the city and that the wardstone's power was diminished by some kind of contamination or taint. Oh Mayday, forgive me for even repeating the words. After uttering such blasphemy, he should have been locked up along with his followers and interrogated. But instead, I simply increased the surveillance on them. And what next? My people caught them red-handed trying to attack the wardstone with unknown magic. And not 3 days later, the demons attacked the city. There's an obvious connection between these events. Whether deliberately or under demonic influence, the Decenans played right into the hands of Discari's hordes, and they almost left the city completely defenseless. Ramian covered for his people the whole time and helped them escape my guards. After that, what else can he be but a traitor and a heretic?
He tried to warn you about it. Okay. I see you suffered greatly in battle.
Nonsense. I had to deal with a brood of Nabasis. It was nothing. I've taken on worse enemies with the goddess's help. Nabasis, also known as death demons, have the ability to drain their victims' life force. Judging by Halrun's pallor, he has lost a significant amount of his energy. The Inquisitor can bluster as much as he wants, but right now he's far from the peak of his abilities.
Why are you obsessed with finding enemies everywhere you look?
Why? Why? You must not be from these parts, or you wouldn't have asked such a question. I look for enemies everywhere because our enemies are everywhere. Who are we at war with? Demons. Demons and cultists. They are masters of deception. They worm their way into your favor and masquerade in all manner of false guises. Do you think Drazen was taken by force? No. By trickery. Were it not for me, Kenabras would have gone the same way long ago, captured out from under our noses. Now listen to what I'm about to tell you. This was a long time ago. I was very young then and I had just joined the crusade. Back then, Kenabras didn't have a garrison so much as a public thoroughfare. Anyone who wanted could just stroll into the city. One day at dawn, a group of refugees came up to the city gates, bold as brass. The guards let them in, and why not, for no one was ever turned away. 'Twas no matter. Everyone was welcome in our city. If you came from Mendev, or if you'd hauled yourself here from across the seas, the crusade accepted all and sundry. But on this occasion, we paid dearly for our laxity. Just as soon as those innocent lambs entered the city, they transformed into demons and rushed toward the wardstone, slaughtering everyone who tried to stop them. 62 people died in less than a minute. The demons used their mutilated corpses to desecrate the obelisk. None of them dared to go near it. The light of the goddess burned them all, so they threw the blood from afar, splattering the wardstone from every direction. And the lead demon, an eyeless beast, Minago is her name, cheered and gloated, saying we mortals had been sitting ducks. And the creature was right, too. We let our guard down, and we got what we deserved. That bloodbath came to be known as the Red Morning Massacre, and it was burned into the townsfolk's memories. Since then, Kenabras has adopted different practices. Heretics, cultists, spies, all the rabble who coveted Aureliu's glory, we drove them all out of the city. We haven't had any trouble here since. Many have come here, even the Balak Horamzade, and they have all been sent straight back to where they came from, or else they were killed for their trouble. You see, Discari himself had to crawl out of the abyss and come here, the goddess curse him, in order to break through our defenses. And what did he do? He left again. And we're still fighting. Now that is what vigilance and discipline can do.
There's nothing dangerous in this hole. You have no reason to guard it.
You told me yourself that you received a light-bringing gift from an angel who perished in the caves below our feet. It is no secret that those passages are teeming with dangerous creatures that could kill anyone, even a warrior of heaven. Demons and demonic offspring love roaming about underground. That's why I will be keeping an eye on this hole. If the beasts decide to attack from here, we'll be ready for them.
Where can I find Remian?
How should I know? The weasel can't have gone far. He turned invisible. He's probably hunkered down in some hole, like the traitorous little rat he is, and he'll be sitting, trembling and waiting till he's dragged out of there. With the prelate after you, that seems the only sensible thing to do. It's what I'd do. I'm sure lots of things sound sensible to you. And it works too. As you can see, I'm still alive.
I have to go.
Go on then, if you have to. It would be good if you could return with the head of that scum. Ember peers intently at Hulrun. I remember you. When Father and I arrived in this city, you met us. What is this gibberish? As if I have nothing better to do than to arrange meetings with vagrants. But it's true. You and the other knights tied us to stakes and started lighting the bonfire. Father died, and then one of your knights changed his mind and pulled me from the flames, but then he died too. Don't you remember? If you were burned, then it was with good reason. You say some traitor helped you escape from the fire. That is a crime in itself, which means that you have been evading justice all these years. If it weren't for the invasion, I would review your case and see that your sentence was finally fulfilled. You're lucky that we have more important matters to deal with right now. He didn't look the way he does now, all wrinkled and grey. He was young with a big mustache. Ember smiles broadly and draws a large bushy mustache in the air with her finger. He probably forgot all about me, it was a long time ago. But I do want to say one thing, I'm not cross with him. This knight is a true hero. He just really wanted to protect his city, only he got all mixed up about who was good and who was evil.
Hellrun, you sent an innocent child to be burned at the stake. Don't you want to ask for forgiveness?
Hardly. Anyone can look innocent. How did this girl manage to survive the fire? And what about that crow that's always flying around her? I advise you to take a closer look at this innocent little lamb of yours. If you ask me, she looks highly suspicious indeed.
You forgive him after what he did to you?
He thought he was doing what was right. How do you know? Maybe you've done something, thinking it was a good thing, but you were really doing a bad thing that hurt someone. But what if? What if I've done the same thing? You can't get angry at people for making mistakes when you might be no better than them.
Alright, let's go, Ember.
Yes, let's go. Bye-bye, kind knight. She waves to Hullrun with a carefree smile. Hullrun grimaces and turns away.
Alright. So we need to
Let's see what we can do.
find the bloke. Save. Someone here. Alright, this is for one of the paths, I think. The Mythic paths.
The demon invasion transformed all of Kenabras into one great battlefield, but nowhere in the city suffered as much as this square. This place saw a clash of titans. The demon lord Discari, leading his hordes from the abyss, and the dragon Ter-Endilev, the mightiest of the city's defenders, and one of the first to fall. The scene of destruction leaves no doubt as to the battle's outcome. A skilled scout could recreate the course of the battle moment by moment simply by looking at the ruins, from the chimneys torn down by powerful wings in a sharp dive, to the bloody tracks left behind when the demon dragged away the noble reptile's broken body. But it is no hypothetical scout gazing upon the ruins, it is Lunikau. And he is not alone. The shadow of a strange, barely perceptible presence lingers over this place. Like a gaze untethered from any observer, this mysterious force unknown to mortal kind silently assesses, judges, and seeks a better way. In an instant, Lunikau is vested with this power and looks at the world with its eyes. The past, present, and future stand before him as a unified whole, an unmoving, multifaceted crystal that would be beautiful were it not for the fractures, blemishes, and flecks marring its splendor.
What past does he see?
In the past exists the one who wielded this gaze in life. Although the one and life are in opposite terms for eons, the supernatural embodiments of cosmic balance. Rather than who or what, a better word for these entities is how. This eon appeared from outside this world, from the great beyond, to put an end to the intermingling of the planes and destroy the world wound, the chasm disrupting the order of the multiverse. Alas, the visitor from beyond proved too weak for the battle they came to fight. They even failed to finish casting the spell that would have sent Discari back to the abyss. With one swing of his scythe, the demon lord cut the eon down.
This music gets really loud at some points. Other points not. Anyway, what present does he see?
Ruins, blood, corpses, none of this perturbs the eon's dispassionate gaze. The living are alive, the dead will be judged by Pharasma, all is as it should be. But the demons circling in the sky or prowling through the streets create a jarring juxtaposition, like splashes of blood red ink on a restrained pencil sketch. They should not be here. The world of mortals is for mortals, the demon's place is in the demon world. How sublime the world would be if everything in it knew its place. But even the demons aren't as abhorrent as the sharp-edged, unassuming crystal languishing in the dirt among the bricks and smashed cobblestones. No mortal would notice it, but to the Eon's eyes its mere existence is an outrage against universal laws. If the Eon still existed, they would not stop until the crystal was unmade. But the Eon is gone, and only their gaze remains. Lunicow picks the crystal up out of the dirt and stows it in his pocket. He is mortal, which means he has the power to decide what to do with it.
Alright, receive purple stone knife. What future does he see?
Good and evil, chaos and order, everything is in its lawful place in the multiverse and is no longer trespassing where it does not belong. Nothing is disrupting the smooth and steady current of the river of souls from life into death and back to life again. The reality, rid of its flaws, is now perfect, and the eons withdraw to eternally admire its beauty, which will never be threatened again.
Alright, the eons, pretty sure a balance between keeping a balance between good and evil.
Beyond passion, beyond mercy, beyond reason, the faceless caretakers of reality toil without end, silently struggling to preserve the tenuous balance upon which all existence depends. These voiceless forces are the eons, inscrutable shapers and eliminators of the multiverse. They exist beyond the understanding of most mortals, endlessly striving toward goals unfathomable even to many of the plane's oldest inhabitants. Eons build order from the chaos of the maelstrom, seed new life upon barren worlds, and halt the rampages of forces grown overbold. They rend nations to vapor, dismantle planets into cosmic dust, and pave the way for calamities. Eons embody the plane's spanning hand of a metaphorical omnipotent clockmaker, endlessly tuning and adjusting the myriad gears of reality in pursuit of ultimate perfection.
Okay. Given a balance between good and evil. A river of souls.
The River of Souls is the name given to the constant migration of mortal souls from the material plane to Pharasma's boneyard in the outer sphere, where they are judged and sent to their eternal fate. On the astral plane, the River of Souls resembles a massive, winding silver thread. Those who approach can see the countless souls moving through the silver haze like so many schools of fish. The esoteric tradition considers the River of Souls to be a ley line, and simply one part of the multiverse's network of magical pathways.
Continue.
After allowing the hero to view the world through their eyes, the little that remained of the destroyed Eon is killed, even appropriate here for an entity that is so removed from life and death as we understand them, used up its last vestiges of energy. Now they are ready to disperse into nothingness, unless someone decides to preserve the Eon within themselves. Will the hero take on this power, so that he may again look at the world through another's eyes, or will he allow it to vanish?
Okay, we'll retain the Aeon's power within yourself. I'm not going to go this path likely though, but I already decide which way I want to go. I want to go the Lich to then go into the legendary path, so I can get to level 40. Hopefully.
The spirit of the Eon dwells out of sight, deep in Lunicow's soul, like a pair of magical spectacles stowed away until the moment when the hero once again needs to look at the world through another's eyes.
It's got to make a lot of right choices, not the wrong ones, to do the path I want. Alright. That's done. Save. Keep options open for now.
We're gonna rest after this fight.
Sorry, I have to do this. We'll make things right.
What's on your mind?
I will help where I can.
Well?
Great affliction. There we go.
Here we go.
Oh. Magical half plate. Feeler. It's only slightly better for you. Is she using any arcane spells?
No reason to pause.
Don't. I don't think I'm Paladin, I think so far. Oh, and Monk. Is there another item? Good. No more magical items. And that stone is a locked item on us. It's hard to believe this place recently held a bustling and festive market. Yes, this is where we were at the start of the game, where the market... And... a midnight bolt. The owner of this bolt can shoot and deal 50 points of damage that can't be ignored or reduced. This bolt cannot miss. There it is. I'm not sure if you can use it. Oh, it does say you can. Bolts usually for crossbows, though. Well, maybe it's different.
A goat, a lizard, and a human enter a tavern. What'll it be, Lan? The bartender asks.
I only have one attack, though. 50 points of damage.
I can handle it.
What's that there?
A rift in the earth left by Daskari. His massive scythe. You and your companions fell through here during the attack. Judging by the size of the bloodstain, the blood of something truly enormous was dragged over these stones. Trendevel, most likely, so the dragon, was dragged off from here. Oh.
Thank the gods, I found someone who isn't fleeing in a panic. Are you sea crusaders? Mercenaries? The comely half-elf is so frightened, he can barely get the words out. I am a servant of Count Daeron Kyle Nevisarande. My lord's mansion is under attack by demons. The master himself and all his guests are trapped inside. And the house guards are nowhere to be found. I managed to escape through a servant's passage to look for help. Will you help me? The mansion is only a stone's throw away, on the next street over. He meets your gaze with pleading eyes. Count Arande. I have seen him a few times before. From afar. He looked highly audacious. I confess that he did capture my attention. But that's neither here nor there. we should help him. The gratitude of a rich and influential man can only benefit us. You have heard about the Arundel family before. This wealthy and noble Mendevian dynasty was almost wiped out by demons more than 10 years ago. The last surviving member of the family, the young Count d'Aran, has an infamous reputation. He is well known for being a rake and a rogue.
Tell me more about what happened.
I'll tell you what I can. I was working from dusk till dawn and back to dusk again, serving guests at the Count's banquet. When the other servants came to relieve me at my post, I went to sleep. Next thing I know, I wake up and there are demons inside the mansion. I couldn't even reach the Count. The monsters had blocked the way. The Count's banquet was still going on. He and his guests were in the Great Hall, and as far as I could tell, the door to the room was sealed and the demons couldn't get in. I'm begging you, hurry. The mansion's doors are sturdily built, the demons will have to work hard to get past them, so you still have time to rescue the people inside.
Misfortune continues to dog the house of Anandries? I see. Didn't pay attention to how to say that word.
The servant cringes. You're telling me? Everyone tried to talk me out of taking up the position, saying that it can't have just been bad luck that brought tragedy down on the family and almost killed off the line. But I reasoned that since my master was the only one to survive that calamity, that meant he must be blessed by fate and the powers of good. The pay was nothing to sniff at either. The servant casts his eyes around the street. I should have listened to people smarter than me and gone to work somewhere else, preferably far away from Kenabras.
What will I get if I help this count of yours?
Demanding a reward for fighting demons.
Yeah.
That is dishonorable.
I didn't think about
and
that.
foolish, too, since
this was a
demons
good
are
choice,
the enemy
but
of each and every one of us.
I wanted to
Today
ask.
we selflessly help someone to thrash the demons, and tomorrow someone else will help us. If we were talking about a humble working man or a soldier, I'd be the first to say that we ought to help, because it's the right thing to do. But some filthy rich aristocrat with a mansion. If he wants our services, he can pay for them. I'm trying to imagine how the cave tribes could have survived if we'd had a small group of freeloaders sitting pretty on their inherited wealth, doing nothing while the rest of us starved. I'm sure the Count will reward you handsomely for any rescue.
Alright, I'll help. Where is your master's house?
It's not far at all. You're better off entering from the next street over, through the passage I used to get out. Help, I'm begging you. I hate to think what the Count will do to me if I don't bring back help.
Alright. I'll go do that. At some point soon, I guess. That's an exit for the area. Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, failed perception check, but
Can't make the demons wait.
level up and come back for that part. How far am I away from leveling? Oh, a fair bit.
Beautiful.
Not too bad.
Save the last one for me.
Oh, rats. We took poison damage. Okay.
I'll watch your back.
Alright. Got rid of those poisons. And let's use some potions to heal up. These people were not killed by demons. Their mortal wounds were inflicted by ordinary weapons.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay. So, some type of massacre took place. There's nothing really to... I didn't miss any skill checks.
Here we go.
Alright, let's talk to you. I am the answer, but what is the question? That involves some quest thing for much later. From
I can handle it.
talk to them momentarily in a minute. We'll just scout out the area.
Yet another obstacle.
Despite all the city's troubles, the statue of Imade towers proudly over the street. Yes, the statue of one of the goddesses. Don't want to go that way yet. Won't let me go in this building.
Can't make the demons wait.
Alright, let's talk.
Watch it, watch it. What are you goons doing? You all bloody crush me. A young two-effling lies trapped in a collapsed section of tunnel. Another two tieflings scramble around, trying in vain to free him from the rubble.
This has something to do with that tiefling that showed up at the start of this area, perhaps. Is that a quest for it?
Quit whining. Hey. Alarm. Someone's coming. Maybe he will help us. Wise up, would you, before you get us killed. Let's make a run for it while we still can. No. Come on. Don't leave me. I'll die here. Hey guys. I see you're in a bit of a jam. Get a load of this lot, and no escort neither. Woljif, you little shit, how are you not dead yet? And who's that with you? They're friends of mine, great guys. Woljif turns to you and, out of the corner of his mouth, says, listen, do me a solid, help them drag his sorry carcass free. They'll repay you, cross my heart.
Who are you?
Who, us? We're nobody, just simple citizens. We used to live here, but now... Yeah, we just lived our lives. Didn't do nobody any harm, and then kaboom, the place falls about our ears. The tieflings are antsy. They're hiding something.
Okay, perception. Don't lie to me. Tell me who you are and what you're doing here.
All right, don't hurt us. People call us the Thieflings. We kinda skirt around the edges of the law, that's how we make our living. Say some tyrant bans books that show stuff he don't like, or fancy Kyonin wine he don't drink. Is it wrong if we step in to fill the gap in the market? If there's a demand for it, someone's got to sell it. Don't go thinking we're gangsters or anything. Our only concern is making the lives of citizens easier, for a little coin. People in this city can't even breathe without breaking some stupid regulation or restriction. Take this tunnel that collapsed on top of our friend, for instance. It leads straight to the Grey Garrison. Thanks to it, any soldier whose throat's feeling a little dry, or who's needing some nighttime reading material, we can get all the things for him that his heartless superiors refuse to. We're providing a public service. Enough talking, get these rocks off of me. You sent me down here for a goddamn crate of cognac, you idiots, now get me out.
Got 368 experience for just that little talking. Alright, haven't even done this yet. Alright, we're gonna help them. I'll help you pull him from under the rubble. Hopefully we get this.
You easily clear the rubble and free the trapped 2 Earthling.
Nice. And then another 86 experience points.
Phew, I'm alive. And all in one piece, give or take. Thank you, I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. The freed 2 Earthling turns to his companions. And you 2 clowns, I don't want to hear a word out of you. Get into the tunnel now. 1 trip, just to the Grey Garrison and back. Don't be a coward, it's not going to collapse. Go, or else we came all this way for nothing. That ended well, didn't it?
I helped you, now you can help me and the Commander Tirabeth to save Canabras. The Militar needs people with various skills, even ones as unusual as yours. So yep, I'm recruiting people as requested.
You what? Are you blind or something? The 2 Earthling points at his horns and his tail. Know what people call us? Our real you spawn, and that's one of the nicer nicknames. Crusaders and tieflings don't mix. We'll be torched on sight. Whoa, Tirabard. Tirabeth from the Eagle Watch. Lads, we have to help her. She's one of the only big shots in this town that actually treat us with any decency. Why should we risk our necks for the Crusaders? Because Tirabeth risked her neck for ours. She saved me from that creep Hulrun, yanked me straight out of his torture chamber. Only a worthless Toarag would refuse to help her out after that. Nah. I'm not listening to any more of this. The 2 Earthling makes a show of covering his ears. You do what you want, I'm heading for the River Kingdoms. Go on then. I'm going with the Crusaders. And I'm going to round up the others to help. The two Effling smirks. We've made some good money in the city, it'd be a shame to surrender our meal ticket to the demons. But enough yammering. So long.
Alright, we recruited some tieflings. Alright, save. Can't check out what they were doing. We got a fair bit of experience for that.
Beautiful.
Alright, this is like Asima that they were trying to capture.
The golden-curled Asima greets you with a graceful bow. So, you found me. I have nowhere else to run. I am at your mercy. Kill me if you wish, but, I ask you, hear me out first.
Did you really know about the demon attack before it happened?
I did. We have a secret ally in the enemy's ranks. No one knows who this brave soul is, but she has been feeding us information about the demon's plans. These dispatches have come to us by the most reliable channel bestowed upon us by the great dreamer herself. They have come to us in dreams. Prelate Hullrun brushed them off as meaningless reveries. And, well, I admit that it isn't always easy to distinguish our allies' messages from ordinary dreams. But even ordinary dreams are gifts from Desna and are always worthy of attention. The prelate, and all the crusade leaders, for that matter, should have put less store in reason, and more in intuition, inspiration, and spontaneity. What's more, not long before the attack on the city, a blind elf who calls himself the Storyteller arrived in Kenabras. This wanderer wasn't merely a collector of legends, but a scholar of the unknown. According to him, the wardstone in our city, the first and most important in the chain of wardstones, weakened since long ago, was teetering on the brink of corruption. It seems that the Red Morning Massacre and other demon attacks, even the ones we fended off, did not leave us unscathed. Unfortunately, the prelate did not wish to listen to the storyteller either. We're lucky he wasn't burnt at the stake as a heretic. We had such vital information on our hands, information that could have saved the city, but no one cared to listen all the way to the catastrophic end.
Yeah, we still have to save the storyteller. Possibly the library, from what we've been told. Yeah, this is a good question to ask. Not all dreams have begin origins. What if these dreams were sent by demons?
In a different time and place, someone perhaps could have become the victim of false dreams sent by monsters. But here, in the war with the Abyss, the goddess is keeping a close eye on her most faithful followers.
Thank you very much for the follow.
That if a demon tried to intrude upon the dreams of any one of us, Desna's punishment would have been swift.
It makes it a lot easier. I don't have to read all this. I get so tired. My eyes do from reading it, so the mod makes it much easier. How you doing, Fatal? Tell me about the strange rituals that were going to be performed on the wardstone.
Ramian looks slightly abashed. When my attempts to open Hullrun's eyes ended in failure, a few of my young adepts resolved to take matters into their own hands. They did not consult me before doing so, but I have never demanded iron discipline from my priests. Army commanders may have subordinates, but I have pupils and fellow worshippers. I can only inspire them, I cannot command them. And it seems they were inspired all on their own. In other words, you get to preach whatever you want, and you don't have to take any responsibility for your flock. You've really got it made. For pity's sake, how can I be held responsible for the actions of others? These are not children we are discussing here, they are grown adults endowed with their own free will, praise the goddess. Of course, we all help one another, but in the final reckoning, each of us decides how we will act, and each must answer for those choices. They had no ill intent, they only wished to access the wardstone in secret and try to cleanse it. But to Hullrun this became perform a suspect ritual after hearing even more suspect voices in their dreams. The children wanted to save their city, but the Inquisitors detained them and almost killed them. I had to intervene. I used my authority and my power as a cleric to give them a chance to flee. If they hadn't got away, they were destined for a cell in the prelate's dungeons and, quite likely, death.
Why are you and Hellrun feuding?
Oh, I'm not feuding with him. I sincerely wish only the best for the man. In an ideal world, he'd be far away from the front lines enjoying a peaceful retirement. But even if that isn't possible, I have always tried to help him fulfill the mission he has taken upon himself, and to which he has proved fatally ill-suited, protecting Kenabras against the demons.
G'day Jennifer, how you doing?
Unfortunately, he is convinced that the followers of Desna are heretics and saboteurs. He refused to listen to me, and it was only the knightly orders that deterred him from including us in his witch hunt. Now there is clearly no one left to stand in his way. He is finally free to get rid of us once and for all.
Pretty good, playing some PathFinder. Using the text-to-speech mod. Makes it a lot easier to have to read all this and get so tired. My eyes get so sore from reading all this, so it makes it so much easier to get through. Instead of having to read it myself. So you get all the story and you don't just have to browse through it all quickly. Is there a chance you can resolve your conflict?
I don't know. Hullrun's faith is truly formidable, not only his faith in Iomade, but in his own infallibility. In other words, he's as hard-headed as a rock troll. But even so, Desna teaches us never to lose hope.
Like, a lot of it is voice acted, but there's more not voice acted for, like, side parts of the story and but yeah, most of the main parts are voice acted. It's just, yeah, there's still so much that isn't, and using this just makes it so much more simple. Otherwise your eyes get so tired and you don't end up playing as long.
Talk to him. Try to explain that we are fighting on the same side. If he attacks you, disarm him, bind his hands, but I beg you, if at all possible, please do not kill him.
Okay, wants me to go talk to Hellrun. Why haven't you left this place for somewhere safer?
Because people might need help, and they will come to the temple in search of a priest. I will not hide away in a hole, saving my own neck, while Kenabras is full of people suffering in the wake of the demon's attack.
Okay, we're not doing the evil choice and I'm doing the lawful one here. Alright, I have to go.
Wait. 3 of my adepts are hiding somewhere in the ruins of the city. The ones the Inquisitors wrongly accused of treason. I beg you, find them and protect them against the demons, and vigilantes like Hullrun. They will not rest until they find them. If there is anything else you can do to save Kenabras, please, do it.
Alright.
Stranger,
yep.
Wait. You spared Ramian despite what that mad Inquisitor told you. The young voice comes from nowhere. Oh, hang on, I forgot to remove the spell. I hope Hullrun's dogs aren't lurking nearby. A pale youth materializes before you. His face looks haggard from lack of sleep, but he is clearly pleased to be speaking to someone.
Do you need help?
Demonslayer teaches us to trust in last-ditch chances. Listen, my friends are called Aranka and Thol the Wallflower. Aranka is an amazing singer and a truly beautiful girl. She has plenty of friends and fans. She's probably blended into a crowd somewhere. Wallflower is a mage, but I don't think he'll risk using magic. It will only bring the Inquisitors down on him. He'll be harder to find. You'd better find Aranka first. She might know where Wallflower is. Please, find them and protect them against the demons and the Inquisitors. I will await news in the Goddess's temple. I hope our mysterious helper will send us a new message that will reveal what is to come from the demons.
So you're one of Desna's adepts that tried to break into the Woodstone.
Yes. I am Ilks, cleric of Desna, and one of the people who answered the call of the voice in dreams. Some unknown person made contact with us through our dreams, telling us about the demons' plans. We learned that the demons were planning to attack Kenabras and do something terrible to our Wardstone, which already carries the taint of corruption. Prelate Hullrun refused to heed our warnings. We had to make a choice. We could either throw up our hands and pull back, or take action, even though it could cost us our lives. But what heartless person could stand by in the face of such a deadly threat?
What were you planning to do to the Wardstone?
The young man hesitates. Our plan was to get to it and then follow our instincts. There were 3 of us, a cleric, a mage, and a bard. Between us, we know a lot. We're capable of a great deal. If we'd had enough time, I'm sure we could have figured out what's wrong with the Wardstone and how to heal it. But they didn't give us time. Yes, the local commanders got roped into dealing with this. Some idiot kids trying to break into the Wardstone, apparently some of ours, but who even knows these days? Sealer size. I know there's no evil in you. I can sense things like that. But what you did was so stupid and impulsive, someone could have got hurt. I know from experience. So you lot decided that you needed to do something right away, so you did something right away. Great work. Lan gives a sarcastic round of applause. Like the city authorities would have done a better job. They weren't gonna do a thing, even though it sounds like they knew about the danger. All they knew was that some crazies had some weird dreams. But anyway, it's a little late to be trying to pin blame on people.
Yeah, when there's actual voice acting in this, it doesn't use the text-to-speech. It's only when there's no voice acting. So we still get the actual voice acting parts as well. How did you even come up with such a plan?
How could we not come up with that plan? You sense the young man's temper rising. Listen.
Oh.
Desna is the goddess of luck. But luck as many lay people would understand it, and luck as we, the followers of the music of the spheres, see it, are far from the same thing. Other people believe that luck is something good that falls into your lap just because, like a generous but unearned reward. We see luck as a fundamental law of creation, according to which even in the darkest hour of the most hopeless situation, a chance of rescue and change for the better can arise. But you've got to seize this chance when it presents itself, or better yet, create your own. Followers of Desna are not people who like idleness and inaction. That's why when Kenabras was in trouble, we did as our goddess had taught us. We took the matter into our own hands and tried in a moment of desperation to pluck our chance from the hands of fate itself. You were trying to help. Can they punish you if you were trying to help? Is that allowed?
Ember's so innocent.
Sometimes it's even necessary.
Alright, I'm not... Alright, how could a zealot like Hellrun become the respected defender of Kenabras?
His faith is strong, incredibly strong. The people of the city have seen him fighting on the front lines time after time. I myself remember feeling dumbstruck the first time I saw that gruff old man slaying demons in a fit of righteous fury. The people living on the edge of the abyss need protecting more than anything else. And that's why they are prepared to forgive their protector almost anything, even prejudice, paranoia, and the death of innocents. Also, Hellrun hasn't been as brutal as he used to be for a long time. He has his loyal right-hand man, Lyota, known as Hawkblade. He's a witch hunter too, but a good deal more rational and even-tempered. Hellrun trusts him completely, and Lyota always conducts a thorough investigation before dragging a victim to the fire. It's our bad luck that Lyota left Kenabras in pursuit of some particularly vicious hags 2 weeks before the attack. If he were here, he wouldn't have let Hellrun attack Ramian. On the other hand, if he were here, we wouldn't have escaped after trying to get to the wardstone. We'd all be in a cell right now.
Whose voices have you been hearing in your dreams?
Nobody knows what it is, but everyone who has heard it, heard her, I should say, is convinced that she is a good and pure soul chosen by Desna. We had a choice, we could trust her, accept that we have an ally somewhere who isn't afraid of all the armies of the abyss, or we could drown in suspicions, and get one step closer to becoming just like Hellrun. We decided to trust the voice. And seeing Kenabras devastated, which is what our unknown ally tried to prevent until the very end, I can see now who had the truth on their side.
Where are your fellow worshippers, and how many of them are there?
Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know where they are. We split up to confuse the Inquisitors who were chasing us.
Alright. I have to go.
Go. May Desna be with you, stranger.
Go. We'll adopt this little kitty. Where is it? Yep. +2 on perception and law checks. Nature law. I think you already have one. Oh wait, it's not even active. Is that the same? Yeah. Alright, well...
You can trust me.
A bright future awaits us.
Doubt is the heart's greatest
I heed the voice
challenge.
of the
Together,
spirits.
we stand.
Open your heart to me.
Should I?
Oh, I'll put it on you then. Alright, we got 3 extra little pets. Oop. What's this? Hear me, take heed. The wards of the abyss. The ward stones in the target, they must not be allowed to capture yet. The consequences are... here. Hear me, take heed. The hordes of the abyss march on Canabras. The wardstone is the target. They must not be allowed to capture it. The consequences will be disastrous. Okay.
Let's see what we can do.
The spirits demand your blood!
Let's use some
Where else would I be?
healing.
Well?
Here we go.
The heartbeat quickens.
I got this. I'm gonna try this again.
Just right next to it, isn't it? Yeah. Where's she standing? Yep.
I'm gonna try this again.
Oh, did I get hit again straight away?
I'm gonna try this again.
Oh, let's use you then.
We'll win this. One way or
Potion
the
now.
I'll watch your back.
+1 spear.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
I can handle it.
Didn't I decide to stay with you?
I'm not going to run.
Okay.
If there is anything else you can do to save Kenabras, please, do it.
Have a look in here. Anything new to say to you? No. I had another vision from our mysterious helper, but she said the same thing as before about the attack on Canabras. Alright. A new book. Oh, this is a long one.
As soon as the supplies for the festivities had been brought into the city and the heralds had spread the news throughout the localities, the celebration began. Thousands of Kenarbrasians took to the streets to hail their stalwart defenders. Trumpeters and drummers opened the procession, with the orders following behind, the Crusader brethren with their gleaming steel and their banners flying high. The first to come were the ever-bright Crusaders, the most virtuous and righteous of all Kenarbra's defenders. So deep was their devotion that, when confronted with the shouted greetings and the glinting of adoring eyes, many of the knights began to pray as though attempting to ward off sinful pride. Leading the contingent and flanked by high-ranking Crusaders was the Order's commander, the esteemed Seer Kabilan, who is a father to his soldiers and a mentor to his recruits. Next came the Order of the Flaming Lance, those indefatigable persecutors of evil and vice, renowned for their doggedness and fortitude. A heavy shadow veiled the faces of those Crusaders, who too often have witnessed the monstrous nightmares of the world wound and who daily risk their very souls in service of the vulnerable and defenseless. Commander Miamia, famed for her scholarship and sagacity, marched with the Order's rank and file. The procession continued with the Crusaders of the Order of the Sunrise Sword. At the sight of their banners, many in the crowd began singing songs and ballads composed long ago by the valiant souls of this order. The spark of inspiration that once breathed life into poetry and odes has grown among the members of this order into a blaze of righteous purpose, which has allowed it to wage war against the abyss with ever greater success. Ashes Stria led his order, nodding to the welcoming crowds. Also in evidence among the pennants of the orders were those of the Inquisitors, the followers of Prelate Hulrun, relentless witch hunters who devote their days and nights to punishing traitors and heretics. Bringing up the rear of the parade, under the command of Tirabeth Tirabad, was the unassuming Eagle Watch, who apply their talents to sniffing out enemy spies in the city. The Eagle Watch was the humblest of all the orders in attendance, surpassed by all the rest in both size and splendor. Proceeding past the gates, the cavalcade made its way through the city's streets to the Guard of Honor waiting to greet the noble heroes along with Ter Endilev herself in propria persona.
Some of these books give you talents. Yeah, I only got one so far. It's actually given me anything. The Minotaur one from back in the first area of the game. But yeah, it gives me an extra attack damage. Plus, there's a lot of lore in that to the game. That can be interesting to check it out. And sometimes hints about things where background knowledge you wouldn't actually have got before. And they can be a lot to read, as you just saw. These people were not killed by demons, their mortal wounds were inflicted by ordinary weapons.
Let me draw the first blood.
Cover me, all right?
Getting my ass kicked.
Please die already.
Get rid of the... Use my potions.
The spirits guide me.
He's 75, a bit of save in case he fails it.
I am helpful, am I not?
There we go. Alright, let's go have a look in here.
Can't hide
Oh,
from me.
Bear trap. Don't go that way yet.
Can't make the demons wait.
So I'm trapped.
I hope you appreciate this.
No, another book.
The demon puts 2 plates on the table in front of me. On each, a bleeding human heart. Look, he says. The right one belongs to a noble and righteous man, a loyal servant of Iomade. The left one is the heart of a murderer and a scoundrel. But something tells me they taste exactly the same. I remain silent and don't move. I couldn't if I tried. One of my hands is pinned to the wide armrest, with a knife thrust to the hilt. The other similarly pinned helpless on the table. The demon circles and carefully brushes away a strand of hair that's stuck to my forehead. Your silence saddens me.
Wait, wasn't this
Don't
the same
waste
as
your
before?
time on this performance, monster, I say, though I have scarcely the energy to breathe. If you wish to torture me, go ahead. If you want to kill me, then kill me.
Yeah,
My life
very-
is in your hands. But my soul is not, and never will be. The hearts on the plates in front of me continue oozing blood. They've only just been experiment day 1.
Yeah.
Today I was able to catch a quasit. Iori be my witness, it wasn't easy, considering my humble physical condition. Luckily, it was a scrawny specimen, about 7 pounds, with a wingspan of about 2 1/3 feet. When it awoke, the quasit first tried to attack me, and then ruined my clothes with his caustic saliva. Experiment day 3. I have begun my linguistic research. My goal is to study the language of quasits. I'm quite convinced they have their own dialect. Through understanding their speech, I will be able to understand their way of thinking, and convince them to rebel against their lord's tyranny. A revolution will roll through the abyss, and the powerless will rebel against their oppressors. I'm sure that Everbloom Milani will not refuse her patronage even to such creatures as these, if they would break their chains of slavery. Unfortunately, progress is thus far insignificant. I've been able to catalogue only 2 words, which I suspect must mean rend and carrion. The quasit formed both words quite vividly when commenting on my person. While I was entering this record, the quasit managed to steal my watch and throw it into the chamber pot. Judging by his spiteful giggling, he's quite delighted about his little joke. And despite the naughty trick, I am somewhat glad. Jokes and pranks are a part of cognitive communication, which I fully intend to establish with the specimen. I grow more and more convinced that I made the right decision in leaving Absalom and Fori Logos, the so-called wise house. More like narrow-minded fools stuck in the past, under the sway of their ringleader, that chatterbox, the fool of fools, Jubilus Gnarthropple. They've never appreciated the progressive nature of my theories. Experiment day 4. Today the quasit almost bit my nose off while I fed him. In response, to my shame, I beat him with a wand. Such behavior toward a sentient being is unacceptable, and I repent deeply. I've also run out of meat. The specimen and I will have to make do with porridge and soup. Experiment day 6. It's been 3 days since the specimen switched to a vegetarian diet. At first the quasit refused to eat plant-based food, but then ate some cabbage soup and poked at the porridge with his claw. His face looked so tragic. Experiment day 7. The specimen has completely lost all signs of aggression. At dawn I was awoken by his moaning. The quasit was rolled up in a ball in the corner, whimpering. Despite his dangerous appearance, it's quite impossible not to feel compassion toward the poor creature. I had to take prompt measures and give the specimen a laxative potion. The quasit now reacts to me with confusion and fear, but at least it's not suffering anymore. His gastrointestinal tract must have reacted unhappily to the unfamiliar diet. Experiment day 10. What a great day. The switch to a completely plant-based diet is complete. The theory that quasits can only eat meat and carrion has been disproven. My eternal opponent, Sir Jubilist, will just have to go drown himself in a river. The quasit has become peaceful and easygoing. He no longer tries to eat my boots, or the feet inside them. The specimen's behavior has become gentle and friendly. He shows some interest in ball games and physical exercise. I have named him Pekka. Today he initiated communication, and attempted to explain a new word to me. By all evidence, he was making up the word during the communication process, for there has never been such a word in the quasit language. The meaning, as I understand it, is safety, comfort, and calm. I see no further need to keep Pekka on his chain. This experiment has convinced me that the vicious and evil traits attributed to quasits are acquired habits, not natural or inherent to their nature. Over these days I really have grown fond of him. And by all evidence, Pekka likes me too. He's gotten used to napping on my knee while I'm writing my observations in my journal. Maybe someday this quasit will become my familiar. The current stage of the experiment is complete. Pekka and I are soon off to Absalom, to present our findings before the professors at Fori Logos and become a scientific sensation. On our way, we may make a small detour to Avistan, so that Pekka will have a chance to better adapt to civilization. I hope the little trickster enjoys the journey.
Yeah. Is it downstairs, this place? Right, to the basement. Very fire, see invisibility. These fighters must have been caught off guard. Must have been caught off guard. They died before they could even draw their weapons. Their bodies were covered in a thin layer of ice that's slowly melting. Alright, we're given see invisibility and very fire things, so there's going to be something in here. Let's save it. And
What's going on?
we'll heal up first. And don't I have a fairy fire spell?
We will win this
Here we go
war.
again.
Rely on me.
I heed the voice of the
So
spirit.
Always be
don't
ready
waste
for
the
the
My
scroll.
patient is
scroll.
restless.
So it is
Maybe I
restless.
don't. Okay.
I wonder why.
Beautiful.
Alright, we'll see you see invisibility scrolling. No. No, it doesn't matter.
First come, first served.
Yep. Alright, should have buffed up for this maybe, but yeah, use those
Surrender
spells.
or else.
actually. Where's the ghost blade? Here we go. Turn that on also. You have a ghost weapon, don't you? Got a cold iron. Oh, so there we go.
Damn you!
Can't even get in there. Get around here. Same with you.
Are you still here?
Didn't know I had it in me.
Oh. Alright, we got it. Still got this impossibly too easy.
Let's see what we can do.
It's on normal settings with extra mobs.
I am helpful, am I not?
Okay, looks like a weapon upgrade for Lan. Say, critical hit on an enemy. The target must pass a will saving throw or suffer a curse. The curse. Okay, it's not a curse to me, it's a curse to who I'm attacking.
I will help where I can.
Oh.
Forget it.
Alright, we failed it. I'm gonna get that. It's experience.
Well, this didn't go...
Nope.
well.
What are my rolls I'm getting? Oh, I've only got 3. Oh no, roll. Okay, 6 I have it. It's not too hard to get. Just try a couple of times.
Well, this didn't go... well.
Oh, this is doable.
The mongrel did it.
There we go. These corpses were gnawed to the bone by ghouls. These teeth were the likely cause of death. Ghouls. So, possibly coming up against ghouls soon. Oh, yeah.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Nugu was undead. Negative energy. He was undead. Yep. We'll come back that way. I gotta go. Go talk to Hellrun.
Here we go.
Right, save.
The Inquisitor gives you an appraising look. Well, what brings you to me?
Remind me who you are again.
I find it passing strange that you don't already know who I am. Hulrun Shapok, Prelate of Kenabras.
Okay.
Inquisitor by the grace of Iomade, Defender of the city by the grace of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey. Against threats from within and without. Why? Why? You must not be from these parts, or you wouldn't have asked such a question. I look for enemies everywhere because our enemies are everywhere.
Showing up.
Who are we at war with? Demons. Demons and cultists. They are masters of deception. They worm their way into your favor and masquerade in all manner of false guises. Do you think Drazen was taken by force? No. By trickery. Were it not for me, Kenabras would have gone the same way long ago, captured out from under our noses. Now listen to what I'm about to tell you. This was a long time ago. I was very young then and I had just joined the crusade. Back then, Kenabras didn't have a garrison so much as a public thoroughfare. Anyone who wanted could just stroll into the city. One day at dawn, a group of refugees came up to the city gates, bold as brass. The guards let them in, and why not, for no one was ever turned away. 'Twas no matter.
Heard this.
Everyone. Just as soon as that bloodbath came to be known as the Red Morn.
Heard this part already.
He has. But how can you? Smart people can do stupid things, it's true. But there are some people who. Don't argue with him. Whispers Woljif.
I talked to Raman.
We're better off having him stay here and
He is
guard
not
this
your enemy.
stupid hole than.
He only wants good
well,
for Kenabras.
You know. The Inquisitor gives you a black look. I would consider those words an admission of treason from anyone else. But I don't wish to draw my weapon against he who has been given heaven's gift. And I won't, as long as you don't do anything worse than conniving with that rabble-rouser Ramian.
Under experience, okay.
I won't ask you again to kill the rabble-rouser. But as soon as we liberate the city from the demons, my faithful will hunt him down.
Okay. So I have to deal with you again, I guess, after. For now, I have to go.
Go on, go. And keep your head down. The Inquisitor gives you an appraising look. Well, what brings you to me?
Okay, I can say this. Against the demons. Your forces are needed elsewhere. Irabeth, Warden of the city, is gathering troops in the defenders' hearts. taverns to strike against the demons.
Who now? Tirabard. That upstart, warden of the city. And I suppose I've already been written off for dead. This isn't sedition, this is outright insurrection. I am loath to abandon my watch, but I can't turn a blind eye to such a blatant usurpation of power. We have no hope of defeating the enemy if there is disorder within our own ranks. I'm going over there right now. I need to see what this Tirabeth is up to.
Go. Got rid of him.
I can handle it.
For now. I think that was the right choice.
Can't make the demons wait.
And talk to these guys.
I'm not going to run. Kill me if you wish, but, I ask you, hear me out first.
Alright, I managed to calm Hellrun down a little, but he's still hell-bent on driving you out of the city once the demon attack has been repelled.
Ramian's head lowers. I suppose I should be pleased, but the idiocy, the injustice of it all, it makes my blood boil. I will leave Kenabras, but not before we fight off the demons. No matter what happens, I thank you.
Irabeth Tellblade of the Eagle Watch is gathering survivors in Defender's Heart Tavern. You would be very useful there.
I fear my presence there would be ill-advised. Even though you managed to reason with our mutual friend, the sight of me might reignite his inquisitor's zeal. I'll make myself useful elsewhere. Alas, this city has a great many souls in need of a cleric's aid.
Alright. I have to go.
As do I. I thank you for listening to me and defending me. Now it is my turn to go out into the ruins in search of people who need help, and I shall give it.
Alright, you're off somewhere. Did I have to talk to this guy again?
Beautiful.
No. Alright, journal. We have lots to do.
Let's see what we can do.
Alright, let's go see what this gnome or half-elf or whatever he was.
A short, hooded figure is poking about some bodies lying in the middle of the street. The stranger drags the first body off the road, respectfully props it up against a wall, and places the corpse's hands on its chest. The figure then freezes, as if hesitating, and you see him reach out his hand toward the beautiful gold amulet hanging around the corpse's neck. He jerks his hand back, hesitates, then reaches out again.
Yeah, I could take a lawful choice here. It won't matter too much.
What did you expect? Almost everyone is dead. The city now belongs to the demons and the vermin, rats, crows, and creatures like this one. The stranger almost jumps out of his skin and the hood falls from his head. Under a mop of red curls, a round halfling face looks up at you.
Halfling.
Oh. Phew. I thought you were demons. Gee, good day to you, good sir. Seela's eyebrows lift in apparent surprise. Curl. Is that you? The halfling looks at Seela and smiles broadly. Oh, Lady Seela. You're alive. Goodness me, that's the second bit of good news on an otherwise lousy day. What was the first bit of good news? Stick around and see for yourself.
Do you know this person, Seela?
Meet Rimvi, better known as Curl. He hails from Kenabras, and he fights in the Condemned. He's one of a kind, a rogue with a heart of gold. Seela smiles, then adds a little more seriously, Curl, it's probably none of my business, but you should ask yourself if what you were about to do is right. The halfling's cheeks flush, and he hides his hands behind his back. I didn't. I just thought. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Can you tell me anything useful about what's going on in the city?
I'm afraid not, good sir. I just left the Defender's Heart. Before that, I was holed up in there, too scared to leave. Although spending all that time under Commander Tirabetha's nose sure was something. She's a strict one, phew. And when she gets antsy. Don't even start. I've had enough of her breathing down my neck to last me a lifetime.
So what are you doing here, robbing corpses?
No. The halfling protests. Rimvi Curl may be a rogue, but he doesn't loot corpses. I just need to get these poor lads' bodies off the road. My friends and I are on a terribly important mission, and we need to get through. He is interrupted by the sound of wheels rolling on the paving stones. A cart drawn by a sad little horse appears from around the corner. A pretty half-elf is driving it, and a young man in knight's armor is walking alongside. Even from a distance, you can see his tanned face and his blue eyes shining brightly. The halfling straightens up. See. A terribly important and very heroic mission. My friends and I are saving a beer cart from the demons. As he's speaking, the newcomers notice you, and the knight cries out in jubilation. Seela. I never thought I'd see you again. I thought you were headed to the main square, the center of the demons' attack. The half-elf smiles warmly at Seela. Hey, friend. Glad to see you're all right. When we got separated by the crowd at the celebration, I knew right away that something was wrong. And when demons appeared all of a sudden, I realized that was the reason why I'd been so anxious. But I couldn't find you among the dead in the square, so I kept my hopes up, and I was proved right. Seela's face lights up with joy. So you're the other bit of good news Curl was talking about. You and Jana are alive. Actually, by good news I meant that we found the beer cart. Sir Ilan and Jana being alive amounts to a quarter of a bit of good news. Well, maybe half.
A beer cart? How about sharing some with us? I'm sure we could all do with a drink.
The half-elf winks rakishly. Certainly. Give me your flask, friend. And if you walk with us to the Defender's Heart, we can have a more thorough sampling of the spoils there. Despite the cheerful tone, she looks at you with anxious hope.
Okay. That's my ale.
Jana, there's no need. The heart is very close, and the three of us will be enough to fight off an attack if there is one. Besides, our friend here surely has better things to do. More important things than carrying barrels of beer, I'll wager. By the way, my name is Ilan, Sir Ilan of the Hound Hearts. I'm glad to meet someone who's survived this madness.
You haven't told me how you know Seela.
I'll save that story till we're all back at the Defender's Heart. You're going back there, aren't you? We'll have a reason to toast our spoils.
I'm not going back right away, but at some point it will be. I'm not going to dog him in. I have to go.
So long. We're sure to meet again, either in the city or at the Defender's Heart. Sure you will. Come to the tavern, we'll celebrate the valiant rescue of this barrel together.
Okay. Alright, now I'm going to loot the corpse. Just stuff to sell and stuff for potions. Alright, what's up this way? Just another way out. Oh, what's it? So sweet it is to kill. Oh. Can I not stop this?
I won't let you hurt my friends.
Okay. Diseased. Who got diseased? Oh, you did.
Open your heart to me.
Together, we stand.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
No, not that one. This one. Affliction. Treat. Okay, it didn't work. Damage your ability score. You can cure a disease with a spell or a scroll, such as remove disease or heal. From the 3rd level on, paladins become immune to disease through them against infections and army. Okay. So I need a spell of cure disease. Do I have one?
No reason to pause.
No.
Yes.
What about you?
Ask nicely.
I feel like the chosen one.
Oh wait, this might work. No, it didn't. No, it didn't work. Alright. Cure disease. Oh, that's very far. Chaos. Protection from evil. Remove sickness. It's not sickness, is it? Might be. Alright, we'll just have to put up with it for now, I guess.
Did I fail?
Failed another... the religious check. Actually, what was the needed for it? It was like 14 or something, wasn't it? Yeah. I rolled a 4, okay. You go to that time?
I think I did it.
Okay, they got it. Grey hair, ashen skin, this person fell prey to a Nabsi. This demon sucks the very life essence from its victims and transforms them into ghouls.
This one was beyond me.
Oh, really? We got anyone that can lockpick?
I am helpful.
Ah, there we go.
Am I not?
Beautiful! Can we retreat already?
Ability damage again. Sealer. What? Oh, the horse, okay. I'm so worried there.
Let's see what we can do.
Another religion check.
I did it. It happens sometimes.
The dug up grave and other clues indicate that a necromancer has recently conducted a ritual here. Perception check. Oh, there we go.
It might be a trap.
It's fine then. Didn't someone else? I failed, but someone else got it. Another whole area.
You can handle them, right?
What did? That's fine. Wasn't there an item here somewhere? Sort of on the way in. Or was that further back? Is there a barrel
Can't make
up
the
there?
demons wait.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There's one over here. Something. Oh.
Let's see what we can do.
Shadow. Oh no. Strength damage.
I didn't know I had it in me.
Alright.
Here we go. I can handle it.
city has fallen at last. How glorious. Now I can stop pretending to be a shopkeeper and spend all my time on my true passion. Reanimating the dead. So we got a necromancer.
Here comes trouble.
Talking about from the grave thing. Lord, check I got. We're gonna go straight for him. You
The inheritor, guide
attack
my
these
blade.
ones.
Your performance is lacking. You are lacking.
Alright. The necromancer on him. A glaive. Magical. The corpses are laid out in a neat pattern in preparation for an unknown ritual.
Can't make the demons wait.
There's his shop. We're not going up.
Beautiful.
Darkhorn, this is what we got it from him. Glaive, most popular among Baphomet's warriors. Touching the handle is enough to sense the latent evil within it. This weapon. It's just a +1 and does 1.1d3 negative damage. So heal demons.
Let's see what we can do.
I won't let you hurt my friends. The spirits demand your blood.
Healing in combat. One of your characters is dropped below 50%.
Here we go.
Alright, we use a potion. Any other monsters?
I'll cheer you on from
You've
over
crossed the wrong mongrel.
Alright, what was this?
Even the huge pile of junk isn't enough to block out the exclamations coming from beneath it. Reveal, O dearest darling beauty mine, why didst thou turn thy gaze on me, pray tell? Thy husband I called friend a time, but love teas like an ocean, friendship, a well. But Willers, how are we to live, my sweet? Booms a deep masculine voice in response from beneath the same pile. Indistinct rustling follows. Pass me the ale, will you?
Hey, who's there?
The pile of junk seems to shake. A stage whisper drifts up from below. Granny, let's not answer. Methinks those be demons calling down and trying to trick us. In that case, there is nothing for us to do but accept our fate. Sir, demon or not, we are actors from the finest theatre in Kenabras, the next door theatre. We were trapped in this cellar during our rehearsal. Wait, what? We're trapped in here? I thought we'd barricaded ourselves in here away from the demons. Deliberately. If you didn't nap through the start of every rehearsal, Master Keen, you would be better informed. The ensuing exchange degenerates into a stream of unintelligible bickering.
Alright, let's try this athletic check. Move the pile of junk.
The pile moves,
Right.
but a crack sounds somewhere below. Instead of sliding to the side, the whole lot tumbles to the ground. You hear what sounds like a heavy object crashing through the cellar door.
Okay, we'll retry
My
that.
darlings, are you all alive? Yes. But that thing crushed our only skull prop. And I went to so much trouble to get it off that anatomy professor who gave the lecture at the town hall. Ah ha ha, so that's why the professor was explaining the structure of the skull using a sloppily carved pumpkin. I'm an actor, not a thief. I couldn't leave him without a visual aid for his audience. Look, the door is open, and now we are completely at the mercy of whatever's up there. If it really is a demon. We have nothing to fear. We have the power of inspiration, after all.
What?
But hand me over my ladle. And that rolling pin.
Yeah. I want to get that skill check right. I think I failed it, I'm not sure. We'll just give
No
you...
reason to pause.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
Even the... But Willers... In that case... Wait, if you didn't nap through... The pile shifts easily, revealing an entrance to some kind of cellar. There is an interesting looking chest among the items.
Yeah, I've got some experience and a bunch of gems and rings and alcohol.
Look, the door is open, and now we are completely at the mercy of whatever's up there. If it really is a demon.
I guess the experience is worth it.
We have nothing to fear. We have the power of inspiration, after all. But hand me over my ladle. And that rolling pin.
Alright. Save. Let's talk to you people.
Now look, it's not a demon at all. Greetings, kind friend and rescuer. I am Grandma Gretel, theater director, and these are the members of my company. Granny. That's not a ladle. That's one of the props for the malevolent-like performance, the one Tina made. It's a scepter or something. She made it out of my ladle. She wanted to use a broom handle, but I put paid to that daft idea, says the dwarf with dignity. Oh, I've seen your show. You are very funny. Especially your play where the woman slowly climbs onto the chair while singing, and then falls off again. Ember claps her hands in delight.
You love Ember.
Well, it is actually a great tragedy about unrequited love. The chair, you see, it represents a tower of rock rising up above the raging sea like the finger of a giant. And the woman, she isn't supposed to fall, but rather gracefully cascade into the swirling abyss below, just like I showed her 100 times. But I'm glad you liked it.
What were you doing down there?
We were rehearsing. Our art distracts us from our fear and panic. The dwarf waves her ladle emphatically, doing a fair impression of a conductor. Really. When I'm scared, I eat.
Each to their own.
We tried that too, but our supplies ran out. But art, oh. Art is eternal.
Can you get somewhere safe?
Oh, Don't worry on our account. We'll be going to our basement in the next street, that's where our lambkin is. We're not afraid of demons with lambkin around.
Lambkin?
Lambkin, says the dwarf readily. Our male lead. He'll protect us. Don't worry, we know what we're doing.
I have to go.
Thank you again for rescuing us, stranger. Today you did a great service for Mendevian culture, and perhaps the culture of all Gularian. You will certainly be remembered in future eras as the one who saved the critically and publicly acclaimed Next Door Theatre.
Alright. Demon or something?
Beautiful.
Yeah. Guess it was nothing. And almost finished this area. And then now we're back to this area.
Let's see what we can do.
I guess I better do these. We got the experience. Yep, 17 experience. Try to get the other way. 17 experience again, yep.
Here we go.
Where else was those things?
I can handle it.
Another one here. Save. It goes fail. Doesn't tell me. DC is 19 on that side. Doesn't tell me the side though.
This is my kind of work.
17. Experience again. Save. Go back the other way.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Yep, another 17 experience. Where are we with that? Oh, we're getting very close to the next level.
Can't make the demons wait.
The other one was over this way.
Beautiful.
I think. Yeah, maybe it was up top.
Let's see what we can do.
Where was it? Maybe it was down
Here we
there.
go. I can handle it.
Okay, maybe it's
Can't make
further
the demons
down.
wait.
Oh, well. Guess I missed check for it. We did this one. Oh yeah, I did that one.
Beautiful.
Alright, I might have to come back from the other area once I level up.
Let's see what we can do.
So still have lady down there and then that area. Come back for. Well, here.
Here we go again.
Let's use one of these. Alright, restored 3 strength. How much you still got?
We'll win
Damage.
this, one way or the other.
Oh, just one more. Here's one more scroll in. Strength back. There we go. Alright, save. Leave this
Here we
area.
go.
Come back to the marketplace. Still gotta go to the library. Fallen horse. Alright, we'll get it later. This way first. Alright, we'll go here then. Oh, yep. Encounter. This is where I made another companion, I'm pretty sure.
Open your heart to me.
Which save? Deception check failed.
Might be trap.
Found
Oh,
Might be trap.
okay.
something.
Someone else got it, so good. A longsword. Here. This +1 longsword deals an addition 1 negative damage on hit. I could heal the undead though. I guess it's not too bad if it's on her. Put it on for now. A little bit more damage for other mobs at least. Did I have...
Now, what is that?
What did I find? Oh. There was a lot of things to find
I
there.
can handle it.
And we have...
Wearing a robe? Check.
Ninio.
Baphomet symbol around the neck? Check. Crazy eyes? Check. Note to self. Bring a mirror next time to be able to adjust the optimal level of eye craziness. Everything is ready for the experiment.
So this is another potential companion? Ninio?
An audience. Problematic, but not critical. You there, boy. Stay out of this. It is counterproductive to stand in the way of scientific progress.
And this one's a mage, I think. So this will be the intellect I needed for the other thing. Who are you and what are you doing here? Ah, whoop. Okay. I should have asked the other question maybe first.
Who's that? I don't know her.
Greetings, boys and girls. I am your sister in sin, a devotee of Lord Baphomet's dark will, and so on and so forth.
She looks like one of us, but she talks kinda weird. Who's there with you?
Who? Oh, them! Just an audience, they don't matter. Consider them a supplementary component of the coming experiment.
Shrug and remain silent.
In the name of our Lord Baphomet, please be so kind as to undertake a little test of your competency in our wicked cause. Let's start with something simple. So here's my first question. What is Lord Baphomet's favorite weapon?
We will not answer to you.
Our lord can wield any kind of weapon. He is all-powerful.
Wrong. He wields no weapons at all. He doesn't need any. He just gores his enemies with his horns.
Yeah, I got a religious check. Actually, it's Azena. Cool. A glaive of red alamantium.
That is correct. But still, boy, no prompting, please. This experiment has taken quite a surprising turn. I would never have expected the followers of the great Baphomet to be baffled by such a simple question. Fine. Let's recalibrate the difficulty and proceed with the next question. Please name Lord Baphomet's sacred animal.
A bull! Of course, everybody knows that.
Sounds like an Aussie.
Yep, and a cow.
Say nothing.
None of your answers were correct. The correct answer is an aurochs. It appears the experiment has yielded results which are as unexpected as they are incredible. Baphomet's cultists have not the slightest idea about who Baphomet really is, let alone any in-depth knowledge of his ideology or philosophy. I'm positive that this news will cause a sensation in widest scientific circles.
Damn it! She's right. I'm a shitty excuse for a cultist. And my mother used to tell me to become a plowman.
Hey, take it easy. We've only had 2 questions. You there, come on, ask another one. We'll get the next one.
Ask them some more. They might still manage it.
Is there any sense in continuing? You cannot answer the simplest of questions. I am ashamed of all of you, as cultists and as individuals.
Please, ask again. I can answer. I'm sure I can.
How do you spell Baphomet's name?
B-A-F-A... Oh, screw it. To hell with Baphomet. I thought it was gonna be fun, but instead there are all these questions. I'm done here. I'm going back to my home village, back to my mother.
Hey, wait! You there! How dare you stir up discord in our ranks? Grab her and tie her up, and her entire entourage too!
I'm gonna fight.
The experiment is complete. Unable to deal with the questions, the cultists decide to deal with the examiner instead. A typical reaction for a person who has never been burdened with any intelligence. Now you're gonna start hitting each other, aren't you? Please, proceed. I won't interrupt.
So we had to deal with one less at least. Alright. What do we got here? Sharpshooters and archerer. Alright, so you can go there. Go there.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Cover me, all right?
I got this.
Surrender, or else!
It's a horse.
Did you see that?
Sorry, I have to do this.
Alright. And Japanese bloke again. The absence of an answer is an answer too. That is true. Somewhat.
The result is statistically predictable, especially considering their intelligence level. What about you, boy? Are you ready to answer some questions for the good of science? Let's proceed with the experiment. My first question is simple. Which colors does the goddess Iomade prefer?
You're absolutely convinced that the correct answer is red and white.
Yeah. Red and white.
This answer is correct. It is comforting to meet at least one educated person in the melting pot of ignorance that is Knobras today. Let's proceed. Did Aradin take part in any crusade before he died?
You don't know how to answer this question, but you bet you can guess. After all, you've only got 2 options.
No, he didn't.
Your answer is correct. Aradin's death dates to 4606, and that is precisely the year when the World Wound was opened. The First Crusade started back in 4622. Your knowledge would make Mendev's Crusaders proud. My final question is, what is the title that Aurilu Vorlesh bears? Is she the Architect of the World Wound, the Lord of the Labyrinth, or the Border Inquisitor of the Shapeless Abyss?
The World Wound.
You don't know the answer, but you thank the gods you're lucky enough to have only 3 options to choose from.
I know the answer. The Architect of the World Wound.
That's correct. Most excellent. You successfully answered all of my questions. Splendid. Amazing. This is a breakthrough. I thank you for your cooperation. It seems to me that I owe you an explanation. My name is Nenio. I am an explorer, a pilgrim, a yet-to-be-recognized scientific luminary, future author of the great Encyclopedia Golarianica, and rector of all Absalom's universities at once. Future rector, I should say. I also know several spells.
Why do you keep calling me boy? I have a name, you know.
I apologize for an injury to your ego, but your name is irrelevant on the grand scale of the universe. Thus, it cannot possibly interest me. I will forget it as soon as I hear it. To avoid unnecessary confusion, I prefer to not know it at all.
Now, can you finally tell me what you were getting at with all those questions?
It is so heartening to see you strive for knowledge. I have been conducting an experiment comparing the intellectual abilities of the average cultist with those of the average crusader. And I must admit that you passed the test with flying colors. This does offer a glimmer of hope for the future of Crusade. I have always claimed that despite the popular beliefs about the limited intellectual abilities of those in the army, at least some of them can be considered educated. It pleases me to see that I was correct.
You're trying to say that I am mediocre?
Yes.
Okay. Knobras isn't safe right now. Shall we join forces?
Do you wish to become my follower? To accompany me on my expeditions to the World Wound? To assist me in my experiments? To run errands for me? Perhaps even to write down my deepest thoughts for the benefit of future generations? Oh, how splendid! Of course, I agree.
Okay.
Truth be told, I have no money to pay you. But you will be aiding the progress of science, and that is its own reward.
If we join forces, you'll have to follow my instructions during our expeditions.
Huh? What? Oh, yes, the dangers and these battles. Of course, I will follow your orders. I place my life in your capable hands, so I can focus on the things that really matter.
Okay. I agree.
Excellent. You're hired. To think that I finally found someone to accompany me. 27 Crusaders before you said no. Not one of them saw the undeniable appeal of my offer. Your first assignment is to take me to a safe place. I have to admit that today's experiment has left me quite tired.
Okay. Alright, for now we will remove our rogue. We've got too many melee characters, and we'll put Ninio in. And we leveled up, which is great. Okay. Ninio. Sort out your spells slightly, your abilities here. Trap. A buff. Attacks. Okay, so yeah, debuff one. Debuff and traps can go there. Leave them. Why is there a spell slot missing? Okay. But there. What is that? Inspiring Rage. This really allows character to accept effects of Inspired Rage if disabled. When accepting spec. From the skull, okay. It's fine. I don't possess a first aid kit. Did I use them all? I must have. I did have some. Okay. You get me better with a heavy crossbow or a light crossbow? You use heavy crossbow, I guess. What is that? It's a lot of weight. What else can I give you? Actually, we're not going to use that, are we? I'm going to get to use cantrips.
Anything new?
I use Rare Frost. A lot of things are immune to acid, I think. The poison. Alright, good enough for now. Fix up where she is in the party. She can sit back here with Lan. And here.
Can't make the demons wait.
Nothing important. Is that everything?
Beautiful.
Okay. Let's level up then.
We will win this war.
Alright, we'll do
What's going on here?
So first. Alright, where are my notes? Okay. The 4th level, I am going Sorcerer again. And points in strength. Is there a melee sorceress? Yeah. Why have I got extra? Oh, that's fine. It's Angelkin's given extra 2, and so is the helmet. Alright. Mobility's 3, yep. Arcane needs to get a 5, so still another point there. Trickery, another point. Athletics, and not so much important than the other ones yet. Fourth level here, we want okay, we already have magic missile, don't we? Oh no. Oh no, magic weapon. Or then, what the hell? Yeah, magic weapon. We've got the shield, mage armor. Yeah, so yeah, magic missile is the next one. Magic missile. Yeah. I can't get high level spells yet. Alright, buffs over here. I don't know if I use these claws. And now Sealith
awaits us.
Notes for her is here. What are we doing with you for 4th level? Paladin level again. And I want your charisma to go up. Okay. Your persuasion needs to go up. Arcane. That's fine. Ability's fine. My persuasion needs to go up a fair bit. Alright. Needs to get to 5, so yeah, 4 is fine now. Perception. Yeah. What do we want here? thinking sickened. Yeah, I haven't got anything on my notes that I can see for what I want here. Alright. It's not too big of a thing, it's just lay of hands extra thing, but yeah, sickened. Seems decent. Bacon, yeah. What things do sickened and shaken? Hmm. Oh yeah, so that's when I do it on other people. It's fine then. Even though this divine help thing is immunity, but it'll help with others. Alright,
What's on your mind? I wonder.
A meal. Notes for her. Level 4. She's gonna stay as a shaman. And we'll give her a point in dexterity. And we focus on trickery and perception. Trickery, perception. And for your hex. We got chant written down here. What's exactly does it do again? Yeah. Yeah, we got, yeah, that'll help with the evil eye. Haven't really used it much yet, though. Where did I put evil? Oh, it's right there. Lan, what are we doing with you? Going the cleric path again. And we want to give you wisdom. And perception. And mobility.
This war must end.
No, did I use all the spells? Ember. For level 4. I'm keeping you as a witch. Need some more charisma. We want arcane. Religion. Persuasion. One more point here. Get up a bit higher first. And I'm going to give you Evil Eye also. Now your spells. These are level 2 spells. Glitter Dust. Didn't I do level 2 spells with the other one earlier?
Should I?
They wouldn't let me do level 2 spells with him. Oh.
Yes? I'm always open to ideas.
Right, for Ninio. I have some notes for you also. There isn't really much to go on here with what was good with her, other than pretty much this a wizard. Intellect. And you, we're going to go with some stealth. Arcane. Actually, wait. We'll get the stealth up first. Yeah, well, stealth isn't really. I think that's for spells to get. Yeah. a raise. They'll help with. So level 2 spells, we want Glitter Dust. And Web. And my horse didn't level up. Yeah.
I will help where I
Didn't
can.
you have Boon Companion? Are we not giving you that yet? Oh yeah, we do have Game Boon. Ah. It's probably because of this disease. I don't know. Why'd the horse not level up? Alright. Save. Exit area. Alright, we're continuing to this area. And continue to the library. Alright, we'll go there first then. Fight.
Time for debates.
Okay.
Mind over muscle.
Wait, have we got... Oh yeah, we do. No items.
Let's see what we can do.
Save first. And
What's that there?
The great library of Canabras has been ravaged and wrecked in the most barbaric way. It seems that someone took perceived pleasure in smashing lamps and furniture and tearing pages out of books. Okay. Lots of books to read. I'll be back in a second. Get toilet. Alright, I'm back.
When they reached the cemetery hill, the rain was pouring. In spite of the weather and the priest's weak protests, Regia had no intention of stopping. If his suspicions were correct, the evil that settled in the village many years ago had to be stopped as soon as possible. The local priest, whom Regia and Motra had approached for help in their quest, was alarmed that these strangers were accusing someone from his flock and decided to tag along so that he could defend the innocent, should the need arise. Ascending the broken stairs leading up to the ancient crypt atop the hill, Regia quietly pulled out his blade and hid it under his soaked cloak. Once the two got to the hewn stone that served as a sacrificial altar, he spotted the gravedigger. Despite the late hour and the violent storm, he was digging a shallow grave. Before Regia had the time to intervene, the priest, prompted by a desire to clear the hermit of suspicion, went straight toward the massive, misshapen figure. The gravedigger turned his head and, at the first sight of Regia and Motra, started moving with speed that didn't match his proportions. He leaped far forward and the shovel cut through the cold autumn air, striking the priest's head. Pieces of skull and bloody scraps spattered forth, and the gravedigger, letting out an unintelligible roar, lunged at the outsiders. Motra, who had already raised her hands, froze in terror. The gravedigger's gaping mouth was filled with dozens of rows of sharp, needle-like teeth, and the sorceress's weakened mind was struck by a murky stream of abhorrent blasphemy in an otherworldly tongue. Regia, however, had kept his composure. Dodging to the side, he slashed the corpulent body, as if cutting open a rotten, bloated shell. With a wet smack, the gravedigger's neck and chest burst open, revealing to the mortal eyes the beast's true form, one of a foul worm, whose sickening body was now gushing in coils out of the now useless human frame. The cemetery keeper was an abominable verm-like demon, created from the souls of despicable scum that, in life, used to defile graves and disturb the deceased in the vilest of ways. After rising from the bowels of the abyss and invading Gularian, he and his kind are always drawn to places that used to excite the minds and fantasies of their progenitors.
Okay.
In the knowledge that the best place to observe the effects of extraplanar energy entering our world is the region formerly known as Sorcerer, I immediately set off for that desolate land. Upon arriving in Mendev and making inquiries to find a guide who would agree to escort me to the lands bordering the world wound, I came up against an unexpected impediment. The local rangers and guides categorically refused to help me. Diesner, however, smiled upon me, and led me to a local hunter. After 3 tankards of grog, he agreed to go with me to the World Wound and show me the area. By the time he had sobered up, it was already too late to reconsider. We had passed the last cordons and had plunged deep into the forests of Sorcerer. Even thousands of miles away from the planar rift itself, an attentive observer can discern the anomalies brought about by the World Wound, insignificant differences that become more and more pronounced the closer one gets. The first thing that struck me were the unnatural trees that looked as though they had all been sketched from a single exemplar. Then the quality of the air changed. It tasted different with every inhale, from sulfur to caramel, from acrid salt to spoiled herring. According to the almanacs I had consulted on my journey to Mendev, one of the first signs of the World Wound's creation was towers of black smoke billowing up from the rift. The terrifying sight above the southern steppe and the tales of my guide confirmed that the effusions of ash and poisonous fumes continued to this day, although I did not expect the air there to taste like one was standing between a confectioner's and a crematorium. As we journeyed on, we encountered the remains of dead livestock, dogs, and even people. Some skeletons bore the marks of demon claws, while others had clearly expired of rather more original causes. We even came across 2 perfectly mummified corpses that looked as though they had turned to stone. Skirting around a sparse and foreboding forest, we came upon a plain that was bisected by a series of unnaturally uniform hills. I would have been only too happy to study said phenomenon, but, alas, after several paces my guide was hoisted up into the air and quite literally turned inside out. After shedding my blood-soaked frock coat and the encumbrance of my souvenirs collected along the way, I hastily withdrew.
Okay. Am I getting any skills from these things? Oh, we got someone from one of... Oh no. Yeah, here. Which one was that? Okay. That was the one just then. It gave me something. Magical padded armor. A light armor. I can actually wear this, can't I? No, I can't. You can wear this. You get less. You get more from your braces and everything, and your monk skill. How about you? The other one's somewhat better, but... Whoops. What was the other one she was wearing? It's medium. You have a light armor on. Right here, shiny shirt. Yeah. I'll keep you with that for now. Kind of wanting to put a light that on, but not while she's still in melee range. Ah. Did she lose just dexterity? Can't see any difference in damage though. Mobile's about to die. Battery. Plug it in. There you go. Mobile also about to go flat. Plug it in. Screw it. We'll just leave it like that. So read those books. What's this one?
Kenabras has had no shortage of prominent figures, both those who have long passed away and those who still reside within the city walls. But it's safe to say that the greatest guardian there ever was, is, and will be, is the silver dragon Ter-Endelev. Among metallic dragons, the silver kind in particular has high moral standards. Although, like most of their kin, they often remain indifferent to matters concerning mere mortals, they find it unbearable to watch impassively as injustice and crime are committed with impunity. Gazing down upon Gularian from above, Ter-Endelev has seen her share of injustice and violence. But no tragedy disturbed her peace more than Mendev's war against the World Wound. Drawn into action by her curiosity and her interest in the crusaders that paid for others' peace with their own blood, Ter-Endelev swooped down from the mountains and walked among the humans, taking on their form. This world must have felt so odd to her, so different from her own. Luckily for her, Ter-Endelev was not the only dragon living among mortals, and the wise gold dragon Halasliax became a mentor for Ter-Endelev and her sworn brother Sevelrose, who later mysteriously disappeared from history and human memory. During her life amidst mortals, Ter-Endelev performed many heroic deeds. She fought terrifying abyssal spawn, kept Kenabras safe from enemy onslaught, and personally saved crusaders in need. In one such excursion, she herself fell victim to demonic taint. Onlookers reported that her shining silvery armor darkened, her eyes clouded, and her speech and movements became ruthless and crude. But so great were her spirit and determination that she achieved the impossible. She overcame the seed of evil planted in her very heart and returned to good once more. Today, Ter-Endelev is a living symbol of the resilience and stalwartness of Kenabras, which serves as a stronghold for crusades and humanity's bastion in the war against the demon threat.
Rather interesting, that one. Bit of backstory on that dragon from the start. Did that give anything? Yeah, it did. +1 moral bonus to AC against dragons. Nice.
Here we go.
Variable of flammable alchemic substance.
A stocky knight with a head of messy black hair stands before you. His armor is spattered with blood. He greets you with a deep, booming voice. Ha, Crusaders. Excellent. I am Captain Shaleb Sazamul, and these are my men. I am about to burn these vile backstabbers and heretics here, these pathetic imitators of the traitor Aureliu who tricked their way into the ranks of the Crusaders. The knight nods at a heap of severely beaten people and a strange elf whose appearance seems jarring for some unknown reason. Sazamul bellows threats at his prisoners, who seem to be in a state of deep shock and utter terror. A strange feeling rises up within you. It is pure instinct. You don't know what you're about to do, but you are certain that it is right.
Perception. Take a closer look at the Ruthless Crusader.
Shaleb is talking too loudly, all while casting sidelong looks at you. You have seen similar behavioral quirks before, in liars.
Examine the Crusader's armor and the symbol on it.
You notice that the emblems on the armor of the two silent Crusaders belong to the Order of the Flaming Lance. But Shaleb's armor bears the sigil of the Order of the Sunrise Sword. Strange then, that he introduced himself as their captain. Something's not right here.
Alright, we'll unlock the Trickster path, I think, by doing this. Give in to the strange instinct. Idiot, stop. Heed my command, in the name of Baphomet.
The words fly out of your mouth before you can even think them. Some gut instinct told you that this is precisely what needs to be said in this moment. And the words hit their target. The Crusaders jump in surprise and look at each other in terror. Shaleb leaps to attention and barks out, "Sorry. Couldn't have known. We'll fix it right away, sir." An inexplicable feeling of rightness flows through you. You enjoy seeing the look of oafish terror on the faces of the Crusader and his lackeys when you rebuke them for their fecklessness.
Report, who are you?
The Crusader's eyes bulge in fear as he barks out, "Shaleb Sazamul, former Knight of the Order of Everbright Crusaders, deserter. These two are my mates from playing cards, local fences for stolen goods. Reliable men. We set an ambush, and caught 4 Crusaders. We wish to join the ranks of the triumphant army of the World Wound. Good lads. Brave fighters. We could do with more like you in the cultists' ranks, then our victory would be assured." "Thank you. I do my best." Shaleb watches Lan with rapt attention, his eyes lingering on Lan's horn. "I must admit that the rationality of this individual should be questioned and subjected to thorough study for the purposes of establishing the existence of said rationality."
Let's do that.
"What?"
I'm not going to take the evil choice here, I think. I'll probably avoid that. Caleb is a Crusader name. Are you a Crusader? I hereby give you a name worthy of a demon, Foul Snout. Foul Snout.
Biting his lip, the bold cultist proudly thrusts out his chest. "Thank you, sir." Foul Snout furrows his brow in a display of menace, trying to show his brutal determination to take on all the Crusader forces put together.
Yeah. Alright, let's get him to do this. Listen to your gut, stop wasting valuable fuel. If you like burning books, go read the Grey Garrison's library. Our enemies might try to sneak in there. Step to it.
There's plenty more where that came from, sir. I'll do everything you've ordered, and just as soon as those crusaders arrive, there'll be dead meat. I'll go make sure that we get make it another 2 barrels of alchemist's fire from the Grey Garrison storeroom. Things are going to burn right up in there.
Alright. And what's the storyteller here? And someone named Caleb. Read this book first.
Traveler, if the road ever takes you to the outskirts of Kenabras, do not shy away from taking a few more steps and entering the city proper. Apart from the ramparts and the fortifications that stand, unshaken, barring the path of humanity's foes, and the noble orders that keep their watch against the forces of evil, Kenabras holds a treasure of a different sort. In days of old, in the fire and the upheaval of the Second Crusade, it became the site for the first and the most crucial of the ward stones, sacred obelisks that have the power to avert a demonic scourge, no matter how accursed it may be. No evil creature can pass betwixt 2 such stones that now stand along the edge of the world wound and shelter the peace of all Gularian. Even vile demonic magics are powerless against them, for the abyss cannot cross the unseen curtain of the ward stones. Should you arrive at the right time and be virtuous and respectful toward those who guard the wardstone, you shall be granted the great honor of sharing in one of the rituals that support the magical strength of that holiest obelisk. This artifact and the spells invested in it are most sacred, for every wardstone was raised by the herald of Iomade himself, the closest of her servants, one who is selflessly devout to the inheritor's cause and the crusaders' great mission. And even if you cannot reach the wardstone, do honor Iomade's splendor in one of Kenabras's churches and pay thus your respects to the humankind's protector and the sacrifices made by the crusaders for the good of our world.
I can handle it.
I found something.
Oh wow. DC 25 for knowledge. Don't know if I'm about to get that.
A failure is just a step to a success.
Okay, we got a plus 11, so yeah, we could get it. We only rolled 2 though. So need a better roll.
This experiment has gone awry. A failure is just a step to a success. A failure is just a step to a success.
Very good rolls.
A success
Oh, here we go.
praise.
This is a statue of the mage who founded the Blackwing Library. He cut the wings off a demon known as Vigorock and hung it above the entrance. Okay. 17 experience for it. Worth it. Magic Lessons. Ooh, and quarterstaff. Okay, yeah. Decent. Yeah, to resist some spells now. As long as I know them.
Can't hide from me. Is that a trap?
The case is full of text describing demons and methods of fighting them. Regrettably, all this knowledge wasn't enough to save Canabras from the spawn of the Abyss, so some of these must be useful for learning skills.
The demon lords whose names are known to mortals number no more than a few dozen. Far more numerous are those who aspire to that rank and their own abyssal realm, but who as yet are unable to make a bid for such power. There are hundreds, possibly thousands, of such demons, but their names are known only to experienced demonologists, and to those unhappy fools who decide to sell their souls to the abyss and fail even to find a worthy patron for their trouble. Time and time again, one of these weaker demons will secure a resounding victory, scale the heights, or should that be sink to the depths, of the demon hierarchy, already fancying themselves a demon lord, when they soon make a misstep and die an inglorious death. The fate of such a demon could serve as a lesson to the rest. But if demons possessed the capacity to learn from their own, or others', mistakes, would they even be demons? No, a stubborn refusal to learn is one of the major flaws that distinguish the bedlam of the abyss from the well-ordered hierarchy of hell. The demoness Isigna, she of the sevenfold swarm, serves as an example of such a fall from disgrace. One of the many daughters of Lamash II, she possessed 7 bodies, 7 mortal women of the various races of Gularian, each with an ant's head, controlled by one hive mind. She commanded various insects, swarming, crawling creatures, with ants her especial preference. The author of these words witnessed the oath of obedience sworn by cultists of Isigna with his own eyes. The witless initiate was forced to meditate while sitting atop an anthill. However, the human sacrifices being carried out by this fool's brethren around the little town I was serving in at the time were far from amusing. It required no small effort to destroy the cultists, who had been summoning ravenous swarms and spreading madness in the name of their mistress. So what became of her? What fate befell Isigna? The particulars are unknown, but consensus holds that the mistress of the crawling swarm ran afoul of the master of the flying swarm, the far more powerful demon lord Discari. Only Lamash II's intercession saved her daughter from death, but not from abasement and the loss of her powers. Consequently, most of her followers forsook for the cult of the Mother of Beasts. Today Isigna is worshipped by a handful of individuals who possess a stubborn predilection for sitting on antiles, and even to them she can grant only minor spells.
The Mother of Beasts here, the Mashe. I mean, from the first game with the rogue, the gnome, what was he? He wasn't a gnome, he was a goblin or something, yeah. Yeah, there's an ally. Did we get a skill from that? Yeah. Was it that one? Oh. Yeah. Okay, some skills against swarms. Save. How to make money during the war against demons.
My mentor and training partners used to feel sorry for me. I had enough power to summon and hold a lesser imp at best. Would you call that real magic? Ha. But there's nothing a smart lad like me can't use to stake out his reputation and make his fortune. There's one particularly nasty sort of demons called a Brecandylus. They're made of the souls of vandals and destroyers of art. In demon form, they continue to do the same. When they see beautiful pictures and statues, they fly into a rage and desecrate them. I once overheard a conversation on the street between two art collectors. They couldn't decide whether they should patronize a young and promising artist or a famous maestro whose best days were behind him. So I made them an offer. How about we place the two paintings side by side, and I'll summon an abracandileu. Whichever painting it attacks first would naturally be the more beautiful. The key was to banish the demon in time, before it destroyed the painting, but that wasn't going to be a problem for me. The collectors agreed to run this experiment according to my plan. And thus my legacy began. 3 months later, not a single art event could do without me and my demon servant. We were invited to exhibition openings, appraisers' workshops, and auctions. The more the enraged the demon became, on seeing another carving or slapdash daub, the higher its price soared. And they paid me well for my appraisal. I often staged artist battles, in which the demon would choose which of two paintings it despised most, and the tickets sold like hotcakes. However, there was one unfortunate incident. A gnome and an elf came to me from Absalom, two young bright-eyed artists. They wanted to enter one of these battles, but they offered peculiar sculptures art instead of paintings. The gnome had a huge pile of nibbled apples preserved by a spell. The elf had a watering can without any holes, which stood on a cart with one square wheel. This, as they explained to me, was modern art. It was, how did they put it, unconventive or some such thing. They claimed it was popular in Absalom, where the gnome and the elf were very famous unconventive artists. Well, my job is simple, to display, their works, gather an audience, and release my demon from its prison. And that's precisely what I did. But the abracandileu came out of his cage, looked at the apples, and at the watering can with the cart, and then looked at me like I was a complete idiot, turned around, and went back to its cage with an expression of utter disappointment. It was nearly an international scandal. I was so upset that I even returned the money for the appraisal to the gnome and the elf. But it's all right. My business still thrives, even without the Absalom clientele. Meanwhile, where are my more talented fellow apprentices? Half are still crouched over books learning what they can. The other half went off to those ridiculous crusades and perished. They never considered that demons can be used to make money, and a lot of it. I think I'll soon buy myself a little palace. And cover its walls with the works of all the most famous artists, ha.
Okay. That didn't give me something, did it? No. Ridiculous, that was. Arcane 24.
This experiment has gone awry.
Beautiful.
A failure is just a step to a success.
What am I getting here? I got. What if I have 12 and I only rolled a 11 and there's 6 there? Okay. I can get this.
A failure is just a step. It went splendidly.
Here we go. Some monstrously large demonic blades fell upon the library, splitting the runes in two, leaving an enormous black scar. It is possible that Daskari himself was the one to destroy this building with his terrifying scythe. Rift Cleaver. Okay. Gave me 17 experience. Where's that book? There it is. without a shadow of a doubt.
By Neurodendihor. Nerosian, Cruciform Cathedral Publishing House. Frowning, Lord Tresbot made a gesture for his people to halt. Everyone froze, no one dared to disobey his order, even one given with his eyes alone. Lord Tresbot loved to say that he could only win when his whip frightened his soldiers more than the demon's claws, and he succeeded like no other in enforcing discipline. The Lord approached what we took for a scarecrow from afar, left in the middle of the wasteland by an unknown farmer. Pricking it with his sword, the Lord made us a sign to approach. It was the body of a young crusader, a boy, not 20 years old. Horribly broken, disemboweled, with shards of bone sticking out and shreds of skin dangling in the wind. Horror watched us from the stake, eye sockets filled with worms. A contemptuous smirk crossed the Lord's face. "Coward," he said through his teeth. "Fled from the battle. The demons caught him and he surrendered without a fight. And here are his useless fellows." The Lord kicked an inconspicuous bump under his feet, and it rolled, revealing an open helmet's visor with greenish-grey mush inside, swarming with insects. We shivered and looked down, realizing the ground underneath our feet was a mix of shards of metal and pieces of flesh. "Cowards," the Lord said again. "Cowards and weaklings. They were doomed even before they approached the world wound. They should never have left their comfortable homes. What did they achieve? They delivered the demons a hot lunch, that's all. Let's go. While the slugs waste their useless lives, someone has to win this ridiculous war." Without turning away, or heeding the disgusting crunching sound underneath his feet, he strode forward. We hurried after him, trying not to step on anything that was until recently a part of someone's body.
Yeah. There's one more up here. Yep, no books to read, thank God. Gets a bit much. And do too many at once. Okay. Let's free you guys. I'm not praising you, we're saved.
A blind elf stands before you. He looks extremely strange. His face wears its years heavily, which is unusual for members of his race. Thinning grey hair, a ragged beard, sightless, milky eyes, pale, papery skin covered in age spots, a spine curved by the passage of time. This is not how elves typically age. The youth that graces the faces of elves even on their deathbed has totally abandoned this decrepit specimen. That is an elf. With a beard. I guess the worst can be found even among the best.
Rude.
A bearded elf. How very intriguing. If you please, I would like to pluck out a hair of that phenomenon manifesting on your chin, in the interests of science, of course.
Wow. Rude again.
The old elf holds out his hand in your direction in the perennial gesture of the blind, greeting you with an unexpectedly strong and calm voice. "Hello. I am Storyteller, and I wish to thank my rescuers. That is you, if I am not mistaken."
Yes. We were looking for you. Alright, well, who are you then? Well, it'll be... I already know, but yep.
The old elf frowns. "I prefer people to call me Storyteller. It very accurately describes the sphere of my occupations and interests. In most of the places I have been, I am known by that name." When I was little, my mother and father used to tell me stories. But I have no one to tell me stories now. Sometimes Grandma does in my dreams. but I always forget them in the morning. Can you tell me a story? The corners of the blind elf's mouth slowly creep upward. For you. I may have a story to tell. But perhaps it is you who has a story for me.
I want to talk to you about something.
The old elf responds with dignity and courtesy, but firmly. In thanks for my rescue, I of course will render you a service in turn, whatever it may be. However, at this moment, I wish to be somewhere safer than the present surroundings. My recent adventures have fatigued me greatly. I would be grateful if you could help me to a safe shelter of some kind. The stubborn set of the elf's mouth tells you that he won't change his mind.
Fair. I'm taking you to Defender's Heart.
Please accept my sincere thanks once again. And, if I may, please don't rush. I will struggle to keep up with your young legs.
Yep. Alright.
The storyteller lowers his voice slightly. And I am not the only one thankful to you. That young crusader over there is eager to give his regards, but he is too shy to approach you. I can tell from his quickened breathing. When we reach a safe place, take pity on the lad and accept his thanks.
Okay. We'll talk to him.
The young man with aristocratic features wipes the sweat from his brow and gives you a courteous bow. Allow me to introduce myself, Brother Claim, at your service. Thank you for helping us. We thought we were doomed to perish. There is death everywhere here. Sometimes I think we are all doomed, but then death has passed us by, and we are all still alive. Lan looks at Ember with sorrow in his eyes. But you're an elf. You should live hundreds of years and never even worry about dying. Little elf girls shouldn't even know such words.
That's depressing. With Lan not living a very long life. Well, expected not to live a long life.
When children are thrown into the middle of a war, they learn many sad things. That is why we have to win. So that other boys and girls don't have to learn what we did.
Who are you?
We are Crusaders of the Order of the Flaming Lance. Our order dedicates itself to the pursuit of hidden knowledge and magical methods of fighting the demons. We are searching for our leader, Sister Miamia the Scholar. She spent the last few weeks here, working day and night on some important research. When the demons attacked the city, we rushed here to find her, but it seems she left the city shortly before the attack began. Miamia, home. I don't recall the name, which means her scholarly contribution cannot have been significant. And yet her actions do intrigue me. If the opportunity arises, I would like to find out what experiment she carried out.
Miria just left the city, leaving no word of where she could be found?
None. She left in a hurry, without leaving any notes or orders. Why? I have no idea. The only thing that may serve as a clue is this book, the one she was studying. The knight holds out the leather-bound tome to you.
Okay. Read that in a second. Alright, we'll read it now then. There's more questions to ask there.
Collection of ballads composed by a bard who fought in the Second Crusade. The first songs are brimming with swaggering optimism, but as the collection progresses, the texts grow darker and more obscure as the despair and madness slowly take possession of the bard's mind. Miamia has annotated one of the verses. Long dead fingers of blackest stone. The forbidden tree stretches out its branches to me. White pebbles dog my steps. 1,000 piercing eyes on hoar-frosted ground. The winter sun's rays caress the runes. Ancient symbols burn on hardened bark. Secrets crusted over with white lichen. And a white fog steals over my weary mind. In Miamir's handwriting, a note reads, Tree. Runes. Stone Book of the Druids of Old Sorcerer is here.
Okay. Ryan's notes mention something about a stone book belonging to the druids of the old Sarkos. Yeah. What does that mean?
Stone books. The druids of old Sarkos used sacred trees as books. They carved their secret knowledge on the bark. When the demons came, the druids resorted to a dark ritual that turned the trees to stone and the druids themselves into undead, doomed to guard their stone library grove forever.
Oh. Sorceress. The shamans, druids, and warriors. Lots of history. Firmly under demonic control. Okay. So lots of cultists and everything. Okay, so this person may be involved, who they're looking for, with the demonic cult.
But that happened far from here, in the Stone Wilds. Is it possible that's where Miamir went? Or maybe she found one of those trees somewhere nearby. I don't know.
How did you end up in this trap?
That traitor met us at the door. He seemed a faithful and passionate crusader, and we didn't suspect a thing, until they attacked us from behind and knocked us out. We didn't expect such trickery. Most of our order brethren are dead, and we were desperate to believe that this man in armor was a fellow crusader, a comrade. While we were unconscious, they removed our armor and tossed us on the pyre of books. What macabre blasphemy.
We already know this, but we'll ask it. Who is this elf with you? Is he a crusader as well?
No. He calls himself the Storyteller, and he only recently arrived in Kenabras. We often saw him in the library. He was interested in the writings about early Sarkos and the era before that. It seems the traitor caught him in the library and decided to kill him along with the rest of us. The young man's voice drops to a polite murmur. Have you noticed that Storyteller is a little odd? Even for Kenabras, where you can meet the strangest people from the farthest corners of the globe among the Crusaders. Have you ever seen such a decrepit elf before? Not just old, but ancient, with a grey beard like that. Elves don't tend to grow beards, I thought. And they don't have wrinkles.
Yes, a very, very old elf.
An elf with wrinkles and a beard. A detestable absurdity. Hold on there, a beard isn't the worst thing a person can have growing on their face. You should see some of the people back in my village. The worst thing that's growing on your face is your mouth. Please try to open it a little less often.
Cruelty.
Lan clenches his teeth and turns away with a dismissive wave of his hand.
Yeah, go to Defender's Heart. Those who are ready to fight back are gathering there.
The city still fights. Why, that's incredible news. We will go to our sanctuary guarded by our Order brothers and sisters. We will bring them to the Defender's Heart.
Alright. Alright, the elf didn't go with them. Alright. You go. Talk to him again.
The old elf frowns as if he's listening closely to something, and then decisively turns his face to you. Lunicow, is it not? I recognized you from the sound of your footsteps.
Really? I have other things to do. I'll help you later.
In that case, I will remain here for now. Wandering the city while it's under attack by demons would be inadvisable for a blind person. Don't forget to take me with you when you're going to a safe place.
Alright. Well. I'll take you now then.
The old elf frowns as if he's listening closely to something.
Heart.
Please accept my sincere thanks once again. And, if I may, please don't rush. I will struggle to keep up with your young legs.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go there. I hope this doesn't push time forward too much. Maybe I shouldn't have come here. Let's see. Alright. What's going on here? Okay.
The defender's heart greets you with unexpected liveliness. Beyond the walls of the tavern, the once bustling and festive city lies in ruins. But somehow none of that can be felt within these walls. The people in the room are talking, laughing, raising toasts, even softly singing. It doesn't look like typical tavern revelry, but nor is it the grim vigilance of recent days. Seela waves to you. She is sitting at a table with the trio you met previously, the knight, the half-elf, and the red-headed halfling. Lunicow. Come. Let me properly introduce you to Ilan, Jana, and Curl, the fearless warriors of the League of the Inspiring Cart.
Yep. All the alcohol we got back.
Seela pushes a mug of beer toward you and speaks softly. It was me who convinced Tirabeth to use what Jana, Curl, and Ilan found for a little party. If you look out the window, you might think the end times have come and the abyss has devoured us all. I thought some simple pleasures, good food and good company, could help keep the gloom at bay. Seela looks at you hesitantly, as if trying to gauge your reaction.
Okay, options here. A good, lawful, or chaotic one. Living and fighting her hard. Alright, we'll go with the... We'll go with a chaotic choice. Don't get too many of them at the moment. We can really go. Yeah. Don't wanna... Yeah.
Wait, I'm not ready for another toast yet. It's not every day that I drink with paladins, knights, and sword lords.
Have I ever turned down merry making in good company? Let's raise our mugs, my friends.
Hey, are we just going to sit here with grim faces? I say we get to know each other a little better, so we have better reasons to toast.
Tell me about you and your order, Elaine.
As stories go, it's not very entertaining. I was born far to the south, in Andoran. I lost my parents early, led the life of a simple mercenary, but often questioned the path I had chosen. I'm proud of my sword skills, I enjoy training and drills, and I'm not afraid of battle. But risking my life for coin. It takes a special mindset to choose that lot with no regrets. You have to want to risk your blood. I saw too many of my friends die, and I wondered if it was worth it. So in the end I decided to choose another path. Now, if I'm going to lay down my life, at least it will be for a good cause. That's how I ended up in Mendev and became a squire for the Hound Hearts. It's a small order. By tradition, it never has more than 12 members, and a new member is only knighted after one of the elders dies. We patrol the lands along the Wardstone line, and provide aid to travelers and settlers. Unfortunately, death is common among the Hound Hearts. I became a full knight 2 years ago, after laying my mentor to rest. But I'm content with my choice. My place is among the Crusaders.
Alright. Have you been serving in the Eagle Watch for long, Jonah?
I signed up 4 days before the demon attack. Am I lucky, or what? Jana lets out an overly boisterous laugh.
True.
I'm an apprentice of a famous fencing master from Ivan, and I learned a thing or two from him, believe me. I soon got bored of fighting off bandits and getting involved in the petty squabbles of the bickering river kingdoms. I wanted a proper challenge, and you can't find a better place than Mendev. And what do you know? The moment I arrived, the demonic invasion began. My father would say that's no accident. Fate brought me here.
What about you, Carl? How did you end up among the condemned?
I just did what everyone else was doing. I grew up in the slums, where everyone stole a little, or maybe smuggled, or guarded stashes, so. Carl stares into his mug gloomily. But I never killed anybody and I never did anything really bad. I got caught stealing, and when they made me choose between prison and the condemned, well, of course I didn't want to go to prison. I'm not that good a fighter, but, as Norgorber is my witness, a thief can also be useful in a war against demons. I've always been a good scout. I can sneak under the nose of any monster. But I don't know where my friends are now. We got separated when the demons rampaged through the city. Chin up, friend. Whoever you were in the past, you're our friend now, and a crusader. Your skills will be useful to us, you'll see.
How do all of you know Sela?
I met my noble sister on the road to Kenabras. I was returning from the south, from my fiancé, and was happy to be in the company of a paladin of Iomade. We said our farewells at the city gates and I went north, along the road to Drazen, to my order's camp. Ilan's face grows grim at the mention of the camp. The demons attacked us there at the same time they struck Kenabras, but we managed to fight them off. We hurried to the city's aid and joined forces with the Eagle Watch. All my fellow Hound Hearts were wounded during the battle on the streets. I'm the last knight of my order who can still fight. It's so good to see Sela again. Every loyal heart counts these days. I met Sela at a tavern in Kenabras. Before the attack, of course. She was one of the few who would sit at a table with the condemned. Knights usually don't even look at us. But Sela is different, I knew it the moment I saw her. That's what made me notice Sela too. So I sat down to talk to her. I never understood why everyone treated the condemned so horribly, and I still don't. Our Curl is a great lad. So after that night, Seela and I went round the taverns together every day. Mendev is an amazing place. People from all over the world come here, for glory, redemption, or to help those in trouble. And they always find each other. This might be the best place in the world to find like-minded people, and friends. That was a toast, in case you didn't notice.
Seela, did you call me over just because, or is something the matter? I guess it is right to ask. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't just want to talk about today's celebration. You see, Ilan is in trouble. I want to help him, and I don't know anyone else in the city I can turn to. His fellow knights were all wounded in battle. Ilan shakes his head. Bad idea, sister. I told you, I don't want to bother anyone else with my problems. I need to handle them on my own. Oh, come on. Hiding your sadness from your friends is no way to live. Curl is right. Lunacow helped me find you. Without his help I'd still be looking for you all over Kenabras. So, Ilan, come on. Stop being so stubborn.
Tell me more.
The young knight shakes his head. In all truth, I do not wish to impose. My problems are just minor troubles. A paladin of Iomade and her friend certainly have more important things to do. Especially now that Kenabras has been overrun with demons. If I've learned anything in life, it's that there's nothing minor about good and evil. Seela begins seriously, but then a smile lights up her face. Take the three of you, for example. It seems like all you did was save one cart from some lesser demons. But look how many people are happy now. That feat will never be sung of in songs, but who knows, maybe thanks to this one joyous hour of peace and rest, the defenders of Kenabras will find the strength to protect the city. Seela catches her breath. I talk too much, don't I? Well, Sir Ilan, I want to help you, and my reputation as a holy warrior of Iomade won't suffer if it's more of a minor adventure than a glorious feat. The knight sighs and seems a little embarrassed. All right. I'll explain. The life of a crusader has given me more than just a purpose and a chance to serve a righteous cause. When I abandoned the life of a mercenary and came to Mendev, I gained something else I never expected. It's here that I met, may all the ladies here forgive me, the finest girl in all the world. It's a miracle she found any love in her own heart for a bungler like me. But I'm not about to let this miracle go. Not even the demon lord Discari and all his demon army can stand in my way. Luckily, my beloved is now safely away from Kenabras. For half a year I've been getting up my courage to propose to her. I even ordered a ring from Derek Sunhammer, the best jeweler in Mendev. Independent knightly orders live mostly off donations, and I'm not what you would call rich, but I so want to make Kayana happy. Oh, it took me 3 months to find a jewel the same shade as her eyes. And twice that long to scrape together enough money. Master Derek's work was worth it. But I lost the ring during the demon attack, and I'll probably never find a worthy replacement.
Yeah?
The ring is most likely still at the Hound Heart's camp outside the city. Ilan and his friends didn't have time to pack up their camp. First the demons ambushed them, and then they rushed off to help Kenabras. I think we should at least go there and check. Not right now, of course, but once the situation in the city is under control.
What can we run into in this camp?
My friends and I killed 2 large demons attacking the camp, then rode straight to the city without spending any more time cleaning up the rest of their band. It was only a few imps, but they might still be at the camp. Of course, this was a while ago. Our camp was attacked at the same time as the wardstone in the main square, and I haven't been back there since.
Fine, I will help.
Seela puts her hand on your shoulder. Thanks for agreeing to help. Ilan is a good man and a true knight, and I think the world should repay those who are so devoted to doing good. Let's help him, so he can propose to his beloved the way he wanted.
Alright, Hound campsite revealed.
Seela, I hope you can convince Tirabeth to let me go with you when you do this. I don't want to be parted from my friends.
Ah, okay.
Of course. If the League of the Inspiring Cart has come together in this dark hour, we must continue onward together.
Alright. Alright, while we're here, we're gonna have to go through everyone again to work out what we've more of the story stuff. First of all, talk to you and sell what we have.
The huge albino's blood.
Sell bulk. Yeah. Probably get away with selling these also. Keep the +1s. Might keep one of them for now. I probably want some more first aid kits. I think I ran out of them. Yeah. Like 10 of them? You have health potions. Oh yeah, you know the expensive ones. They take 5. Well, you want 5? No, what?
Let's see what we can do.
These books away. Any of these for quests, though? Is it mark them if it is? These weigh a bit. 2 pounds each. Already read them all. I might actually look at purchasing those other kits as well.
Are you all right?
Yep. Now we have more money. Okay, so you get rank. It's 2 grand. Bloody hell. Yeah, rank 2 there and rank 2 there. Potions and spells and scrolls at level 2. We'll get the other ones at another time. Okay. Done with that.
I can handle it.
Alright, we'll talk to all these people and then I'll have to call it an episode, I think. So
The elf in front of you is young, still an adolescent, by the standards of their long-lived folk. A childish, carefree smile plays on her face, and her wandering eyes linger on you for just a moment before darting off again into the distance. Terrible scars cover her body, and a few of her fingers are missing. A crow sits on her shoulder, observing you with its clever black eyes.
wow. Pretty messed up. That's treated and also that fire stuff. You can see all the burns on her here. Missing fingers here too, or I think. Unless it's closed fist, I don't know. Yeah, it's the missing fingers. Tell me about yourself.
Well, they call me Ember. I used to live in the River City, and now I walk with you. That's my story.
Why do they call you Ember?
I've had many names. When I was little, Mom and Dad called me Dove, or Cricket, or Kitten. Dad called me his ray of sunshine. And when my mom was cross, she called me by a long name, a grown-up one. I can't remember it, no matter how hard I try.
Oh.
Then, when I came to live in the River City, the good people called me different funny names, like Ember, or Torch, or Smoky. I don't know why. They called me Bird Brain because I have a crow. They called me Lucky 7 because of my fingers. She raises her hands. The middle finger on her right hand and the 2 smaller fingers on her left are missing. They sometimes called me grilled meat, and said I was stupid. But I didn't feel hurt. I mean, they're right, I really am silly. They didn't mean to hurt me.
Yeah, kids are cruel.
I like Ember, it's a good word. Embers are like people. On the outside, they're grey and cold like stones. But they're warm inside. You can blow on them and they'll start a fire to help you survive a cold night. And that's wonderful, isn't it? Ember it is.
Where are you from?
Far away. From the flower country. The girl gestures vaguely off into the distance. It's so beautiful there. Everywhere there's flowers blooming, golden towers, and waterfalls. And everyone is like me, with pointy ears. There's no round-eared people, no short ones, no horned heads. We lived there together, me and Mom and Dad.
So yeah, the Elven Kingdom that humans aren't really allowed to or something, supposedly. So I'm not sure if we go there in this game.
Mom and Dad argued a lot. Dad used to say that all the good people should go on the crusade and fight the demons. And Mom said he was silly because it was so far away and none of our business. And that he shouldn't abandon his child. She meant me. But he didn't abandon me. He took me along. He said I was born the same year that the hole to the demon world opened. He said it was a sign that I would be one of the heroes who close it. Of course I'm not a hero. But I'm here anyway, helping as much as I can.
You will be a hero, Ember. You will be. Where did you get your scars?
It happened by accident. My dad and I came sailing down the river to join the crusade. Dad said that all the good people were going to the world wound to heal it. He said that the crusaders were the best people in the world, and together we were going to win. But when we arrived at the river city, the crusaders got everything mixed up. They thought my dad and I were bad and decided to burn us at the stake. Dad died, and I cried so loudly that one good knight realized it was all a big mistake. He started yelling at the other crusaders, even the one in charge, and then walked right into the fire and got me out. The others wanted to stop him, but he took out his sword and scared them away. The kind knight took me to a healer. I later learned that while the knight was pulling me from the flames, he himself was burned so badly that he died not long after. But I'm still alive. A few fingers missing, and my skin is funny. I've lived in the river city ever since. I never had my own house, but I had many friends. And then the demons came, and I met you, and you know what happened after that.
Good lawful chaotic choice is an evil choice. Alright, we've made some chaotic choices before. Is it really so easy for you to forgive them? I'm not sure I could be so merciful.
No one can say how much good or evil they have in them. No one can see into their own soul. Ember smiles and tilts her head. Her inquisitive look wanders over your face, as if she's trying to look into your soul. No one knows until it's time to check.
Do you worship any deity?
The girl shakes her head with an unwavering smile. Dad taught me to pray to Iomade. He said she was a kind goddess, and she called people to crusade against evil. The knights who burned my dad and me worshipped her too. They even lit the fire with a prayer to her. And she did nothing to help us. But then one kind knight, alone, without any gods, changed his mind and saved me. I think the gods are the same as us. They don't understand anything, and they're scared of everything, so they hurt themselves and the rest of us. People worship the gods only because they are afraid of being responsible for themselves. And the gods listen to the praise, and they become smug and arrogant, and begin to believe that they are better than us. But they are no better. They're silly sinners just like the rest of us.
True. Well, these gods were once mortal, I think some of them were. Like a nominate, pretty sure. And then she ascended to godhood or something. Remember something somewhere on that. I'm saying that, I think.
Sometimes I pray to the gods. Different ones. The good ones, the bad ones. I ask them to stop. Stop fighting and hurting each other. I don't know if they ever hear me. But if they do, I mean, the knight who wanted to burn me, he was able to change his mind and do a good deed. If he can change, maybe Baphomet can too.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. She's got ambition. How did you survive on the streets?
The elf shrugs. There are many good people in the river city. When I sang for them in the street, they'd often give me coins, or bread, or sometimes even clothes. I shared everything with the other homeless, and they showed me where it's safe to sleep, where I could get out of the rain and cold, where I could find discarded things. When the demons destroyed the river city, I looked for my friends but I found no one. They probably all died. The homeless have no supplies or weapons or basements to hide in. And the knights won't protect them either. Knights are like gods. So self-important, they're saving the world after all. What do they care about the homeless? Still smiling, the girl shrugs.
Where do your magic and powers come from?
These tricks. I have them from my grandma. She used to be my father's grandma, and before that, his father's. I've never seen her myself. But she's very clever and kind. When I lived on the street, sometimes she left food for me or a blanket in the winter. Sometimes I feel her stroking my hair as I fall asleep. But if I open my eyes, there's no one near. She also sent me soot. She scratches the crow's beak, and the bird grumbles happily in response. She tells Soot how to do different tricks, and Soot teaches me. It appears that Ember doesn't know who exactly gives her these powers, but you can guess from her words that her patron is Andoletta, a powerful Archon, one of the Empire Eel Lords, also known as Grandmother Crow.
Okay. Thank you for your answers.
Oh, not at all. I didn't really tell you anything.
You're always so cheerful. How do you manage to remain so hopeful when surrounded by such horror?
Hope. She tilts her head and continues with a smile. No, no. Hope is a lie. What should we hope for? This world is in the hands of demons. The gods can't help. Or they don't want to. Or they forgot about us altogether. The people know they are about to be eaten by demons, but still they quarrel with each other, and fight, and steal. There's no hope. Only us.
Well, you're definitely doing your best, it seems. You can,
We'll have to win without hope. It will be hard. The entire abyss is against us. We can only win by some miracle. Which means, we'll have to make one happen. What other choice do we have? We'll work a miracle, and win, because we have to. The elf smiles broadly and nods to herself.
We are definitely going to try do that. I have to go.
So go. The elf watches you with a radiant smile as you leave.
Nice. Chang's out of the bedroom. Alright, we got your storyteller now. Save in case something is checks or something.
The blind elf looks better than he did in your last encounter. His clothes are clean and his pale face has some color. The elf turns to you and listens closely. Is that you, my savior? I recognized your footsteps. Determined footsteps befitting a determined person. Allow me to thank you again for saving me. Please accept this humble gift as a token of my appreciation. The elf hands you a small black ring with 2 scarlet runes on it.
A ring, okay.
Tirabeth has explained why you were looking for me. I warned the authorities of Kenabras that the local wardstone had been desecrated. They waved off my warning and paid for their inaction.
Yes, they have.
I have examined many wardstones, but only in the one guarding Kenabras did I sense a flaw, a spot of corruption inside. a vulnerability the demons will surely use. They are able to spread the blight inside the wardstone, corrupt it, and make it their weapon. It frightens me to think what it will be capable of. The wardstone must be destroyed.
Okay. Destroying it. Think about that. We'll see what happens. What options it gives me. Who are you and why did they let you examine the wardstone?
The elf smiles faintly. I am the storyteller. Just an old elf. And a bit more. I am old even for an elf. I've seen many things and have been to many places. Not so long ago, I witnessed the making of a young kingdom in the Stolen Lands, led by a remarkable and promising individual. My advice on the complicated matter of conquering those lands proved useful to that leader.
That was us in another life, I guess. That was the first game in the Stolen Lands. A good game.
This is not uncommon for me. Some seek my advice or services, and I don't refuse. This is how I acquired my reputation as an old vagrant who's never hurt anyone, stayed out of others' squabbles, but sometimes gave good advice. I had a few friends in Nerosian who vouched for my integrity. This is why my humble request to be allowed to see the wardstones was granted. I visited all of them, but only found cause for alarm in Kenabras.
Ah, okay. Do you wield some magic powers? Some instinct?
The storyteller chuckles. Yes, to a certain extent. But it is more of a gift. I can see the past. Stories that have happened. I touch an object, and shreds of its owner's memories are revealed to my mind. Their emotions, passions, and tragedies. I see visions like I am them, and their stories happen to me. This is my power. I've been roaming the world gathering such stories for many thousands of years. One day I will gather them all.
It's ambition. All the stories of the world, eh? What blight is concealed in the wardstone?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer to your question. To understand the nature of this blight, we need to understand how the wardstone was created. And it is hidden from me. I can only guess. Have you heard of the Red Morning Massacre? A dreadful morning remembered with fear even by those not yet born at the time. A demoness called Minago invaded the city with a crowd of her followers, and started to do what demons do best, kill and desecrate. They say they covered the wardstone with pieces of dead bodies, splashed it with blood from top to bottom. Could such an abomination darken the radiance of the gift of Iomade herself? The locals think this is impossible. But who knows? It was not the last attack. Many demon leaders brought their unholy forces here, even the terrifying Balak Horamzade. Their attacks were rebuffed, but they still reached their target. I think this is when the seed of corruption was planted in the stone. It wouldn't have grown on its own, but Discari himself has now come to take advantage of this weakness, to open the abscess that has been festering for years, unnoticed by the people of Kenabras. And when the demon lord struck the blow, the weakened stone gave in. Now it's in demon hands, and nothing is stopping them from spreading the blight throughout the entire stone, and from it, to the other stones along the whole perimeter of the world wound.
Why did you travel to the wardstone?
I tried to see their stories. The visions I had when I touched the wardstones were unclear. I saw hundreds, maybe thousands of different stories at the same time. They followed each other like flashes of lightning, it was impossible to separate them. I couldn't understand where one of them ended and the next began.
I've heard you, storyteller.
In that case, you must make every possible effort to destroy the corruption. Unfortunately, I don't know where to get an instrument powerful enough to banish it from the wardstone. As far as I know, there is nothing like it in Kenabras. But the demons might have something. I heard the dying roar of Ter-Endelev, the silver dragon, the protector of the city. At the same time, I felt a wave of unfamiliar power sweep over me from head to toe. I would advise you to go to where Ter-Endelev perished and search there for something.
I already have.
I'm sorry I can't be more specific. But intuition and a strange sense of rightness tell me to point you there.
Present the purple knife, stone knife. I found this in the square where Trendeville perished. What do you make of it?
The storyteller reaches out and says softly, even from here I can feel strange energies emanating from this object. If you don't mind, I will examine it, using my method. I will try to see the past of its owner, their emotions, and shreds of their memories. Maybe it'll help us better understand what we are dealing with. The storyteller touches the knife, his fingers clamping around the hilt with a hungry, masterful grip. His face contorts into an evil grimace, his voice disgustingly raspy. Hunger. My many legs bring me into the lair, to my mother's feasting hall. Her swollen body overfilled with food is so huge that I have to look at it with all of my eyes at once. On top is her scrawny little head with a long beak that is always yearning for more food. You feel feverish, and your chest, where the mysterious wound is concealed, feels hot. Your mind is flooded with a wave of visions. Visions that repeat the words of the old elf.
Did she get stabbed? Her chest wound opened up.
Mother greets me with a placid screech. Stupid, greedy wretch, whose only achievement is my birth. A creeping, wingless creature. It's your fault I have no wings, a symbol of greatness, a birthright I should have received from my mighty father. Mother points me to a crowd of whimpering subjects, suggesting I fortify myself with their pathetic flesh. Not today. I summon my spawn and they fly to me, enveloping me in a teeming cloud. Like dark buzzing wings, they unfold behind my back and lift me up. Mother has always been stronger, but she did not expect this. I dive on her and rip her limp, bloated body with my claws. Itches splatters, the bone spurs on my heels sink into her flesh. I clench her pitiful, tiny head and tear it off along with the shreds of meat. Victory. I am the strongest. I am the son of my winged father. The elf grimaces with distaste, his voice becomes normal again. Appalling. Stories like that are the most difficult ones to keep with me.
Did this knife belong to a demon?
The storyteller opens his mouth to answer, but a sudden spasm crosses his face. A new vision, a much stronger one, engulfs the old elf. The malevolent undertones vanish from his voice as it grows more determined and tired.
Oh.
Even looking at the wardstone is difficult. Despite the corruption nesting in it, it still has an aura of strength. Your fingers clench the stone hilt so tight it hurts. A little spot on the flawless surface of the wardstone draws your attention. It looks like a butterfly. Corruption in the guise of something utterly harmless. But it will grow. You swing and stab the butterfly with the knife as hard as you can. Your fingers cramp painfully. A howl invades your ears. Light. White light everywhere. The stone knife falls from the old elf's hand. Out of breath, he drops to his knees. He is trembling, the terror on his face so unlike his usual dignified manner. What? What was that? That was not the past. That was something that is yet to happen. Or rather, might happen. One of the roads to the future. In one of the possible futures, this item will help you to cleanse the wardstone, or to destroy it.
Okay. Cleansing or destroying.
You feel a longing to take the stone chisel and plunge it into your chest, right into the wound that has opened up in it. It is hard to resist this feeling, but at the last moment your self-preservation instinct takes over, and you manage to keep control of your own hands. The old man stands up. He looks completely stunned. Never before has anything like this happened to me. But how? I am not an oracle or a prophet. Or, is this another riddle from the past that has caught up with me? I must find out. Seeing stories that have happened is one thing, but seeing stories that are yet to happen, I don't know why this is happening now, but there is one thing I'm sure of: this is not a coincidence. This is a sign of coming changes. Great changes.
I shared your vision, and this knife tempted me.
Did you see what I saw? This has never happened before. Could it be the magic of the object that you brought me? I sense dark energies in it that can cloud and charm the mind. Be careful with this item. It may have tried to influence you, but you managed to overcome its power and subdue it. Or perhaps something else happened to us, something we don't yet understand.
Yeah, I can't remove that knife from my inventory yet. It wouldn't let me, so... Can you see the future?
I don't know. Obviously, I can. But nothing like this has ever happened to me before. The future never opened its secrets to me before I met you. Gods, who are you and why have our paths crossed? I feel this is not a coincidence. Something momentous is happening, destiny is pushing us towards something. But what? Questions without answers. I swear, this morning I couldn't have imagined what awaited me.
Maybe it's the knife that gives you the power of divination.
This knife is a powerful artifact, but I feel that its power is of a different nature. No, I felt the same as I do when I tell the past. This is my gift, but manifested in a completely abnormal way.
Is what you saw destined to happen?
No. The future is not set. It used to be, a long time ago when the god Eroden guarded Gularian. But not now. Prophecies do not come true, or they do, but not the way they were supposed to. I only saw one version of the future, one of the paths leading to it. But the choice has not been made, and our destinies are not set in stone.
Who are you in your vision?
I don't know. Someone strong and desperate enough to resort to extreme measures. I felt that what I was doing had to be done.
Your powers are amazing.
A few minutes ago, I would have agreed with you. But the thing that has just happened, it disturbs me. My gift has never manifested like this. Something has changed. And these changes frighten me.
This is going to be the same.
I have examined many ward stones, but only in the one guarding Kenabras did I sense a flaw, a spot of corruption inside. A vulnerability the demons will surely use. They are able to spread the blight inside the wardstone, corrupt it, and make it their weapon. It frightens me to think what it will be capable of. The wardstone must be destroyed.
Yeah, you already said that.
We must do all we can to cleanse this corruption.
Please examine the items I'm carrying. Perhaps some of them could tell us a story?
The storyteller nods politely. Let me touch them, and I'll tell you what I can see.
What have I got?
The old elf carefully takes Yaniel's sword, Radiance.
Oh, yeah.
Powerful forces lie dormant in this sword. It used to belong to an incredibly bright and daring soul. The storyteller's hand runs carefully over the scale that has still not lost its shine. Proud Terendelev, protector of Kenabras. You devoted your life to serving people. Your death is a great loss. But maybe I will be able to find out something about you that is unknown to your many admirers. The elf looks at you with unusual impatience. Shall we?
So I got the knife, the radiance, and our scale. Alright, we'll go with the knife.
The storyteller touches the knife, his fingers clamping around the hilt with a hungry,
Yeah, already done that.
Mother greets.
Already done that.
Like dark buzzing wings, they unfold behind. Even looking. After a while, the storyteller hands you the knife. The storyteller touches the blade with his finger. Sadness rings in his voice. Drazen is doomed. Demons attacked right when we lost the protection of the Sword of Valor. My city, my bastion of hope. We built you as a symbol that the lands mutilated by the abyss could still be restored to mortals. Now you are perishing, and there is nothing I can do. We retreat, no, we flee. A frightened crowd rushes out into the night through the southern gate. They are chased by the angry howls of demons killing the last defenders of the citadel. My heart goes out to them, but I'm standing still on the wall. I am covering the retreat. Demons do not attack. They seethe around you, fall from the sky, strike from all sides at once. They can't be stopped, but they can be distracted. I run to the upper floor of the gate tower. Radiance glows with a golden light in my hands. I permit myself to close my eyes for just one heartbeat. I imagine that the soft glimmering of the sword I see through my closed eyelids is the light of the summer sun. I smile. I open my eyes and call out, "Hey, Discari's spawn. Who wants the best trophy of the night? You know my name, Yanil. You know how many of you I have killed with this very hand. You want to curry favor with Darazand, Minago or the echo of your lord. Bring them my head, if you can." Roaring and screaming, they rush toward me in a wave of deformed bodies and unfurled wings. The wave crashes against me, spattering my armor with bloody froth. Broken wings and chopped up bodies plummet to the foot of the tower. In the heat of battle, I see Joran's pale face down there. He looks up at me in desperation, but he can't help, he's carrying 2 wounded on his shoulders. My city will fall, but my friends will survive. This is what I am fighting for. I am covering the retreat.
Let me put the other earphones on. These ones are about to get flat. Connecting. These ones are such a pain in the ass to get working. Got new ones coming. One of the other ones get flat. Alright.
The flow of fleeing people gradually dwindles. My armor is broken in many places, and I cannot heal my wounds anymore. The last demon I stabbed with radiance suddenly recoils, tearing the handle out of my blood-slickened hand. He flies up but falls somewhere far behind the walls, by the road being taken by those fleeing. No more golden glow in my hands. The night closes in on me, filled with shrieking, mocking demon laughter. Drazyn, I'm dying with you. Light of the sword, righteous Io Mayday, accept my soul. The storyteller runs his hand along the blade with a sad smile. I know whose memory this is, I've heard about her so many times. Ynil was a true crusader. Touching her memories is so cleansing.
Do you see the future of this sword?
Just one of the numerous possibilities. The blind elf touches the sword hilt, and metal rings in his voice. I slide out of the sheath swiftly. I proudly watch the army of warriors led by my lord. I sing, slashing the air, putting courage in their hearts. I am radiance. Tremble, city of Drazyn. My lady Ynil has perished, but I am not done yet. Charge. The storyteller returns the sword to you. It is nice to know that this sword's glory days are not over. It has many battles ahead. Take care of it, it is a glorious sword.
Alright, show Trendevil's scale to the storyteller. Tell me about Trendevil.
The storyteller takes a deep breath and smiles. I am flying. I can finally spread my wings. I am gliding over a broad river. The sunset has turned its surface smooth like a mirror, and I see my reflection. It is as if another silver dragon is rising to meet me from the depths. But what is it? The scales on my chest are black, and the darkness is spreading over my body. I wake up. A clear sky sways above me, blazing with heat. I am in human form. The red dust of the wound clings to my cracked lips. Someone is carrying me on a stretcher made of shields and spears. I am so weak I can barely lift my hand to my face.
Is this what's happened to her body being carted off of someone, or is this someone different?
The sight of my own hand terrifies me. It is black and the skin glistens like scales melted by fire.
Yeah, it's someone different.
I probably ought to cry, but I only feel hatred and nausea. All these people around me. Out of sympathy for them did I choose to leave the mountains. I gave up my flights over rivers. I went to the Demonslayer. They don't have a scratch on them, but I am infected with foulness. It's not fair. My life is more precious than their pathetic existence. Oh, how I hate them in this moment.
So that book or something we read earlier in the library has something to do with what this is.
And then I suddenly feel shame. No, no. These are not my thoughts. The crusaders carrying me are my good friends. I am glad they did not suffer. But I hate them and myself so much. Pain and hatred pierce me all at once. It's all because of them. All because of them. Someone walking beside me touches me, talks to me, but the only thing I hear is your mentor. He will come. He will help. And I lose consciousness. The storyteller takes a deep breath, exiting the vision.
So, hatred from Trendevil, wasn't she on our side?
Terendelev has come a long way. Her unit was ambushed by demons once, and she was infected with foulness. The Terendelev you met in Kenabras had gone through many trials and regained her former purity.
What happened next?
The storyteller puts his hand to his forehead. Sometimes the past can be as vague as the future. We all know how Terendelev's story ended, but the beginning is hidden from us. Maybe if you find something else that used to belong to her, we will know more about her struggle. However, no matter what we learn, remember, her soul, the soul of a true dragon, overcame every obstacle, endured every torment. She was able to purify herself. For dragons are truly powerful not only in body but in spirit, too.
I'm becoming a green dragon, from what I understand. From what talents have going. We have more important things to do.
Return with new stories. I will be waiting.
Okay. Can I help you?
The storyteller nods gratefully. I appreciate your offer. I have reason to believe that somewhere in Kenabras there is a manuscript authored by an elf from Kyonin who witnessed Earthfall. The storyteller's voice suddenly breaks, and he stops for a moment. For personal reasons, I would like to examine it. But no matter how hard I try, I have failed to find it. Even in the Blackwing Library I only found a mention that the manuscript exists and is held somewhere in the city. I assume it's stored at the Grey Garrison. They wouldn't let me into the archive when I visited. All those crusaders were nervous about the strange blind elf interested in their secrets. It's understandable, the crusade naturally made them a little paranoid. But now the Grey Garrison has fallen into the enemy's hands. I would be grateful if I could see the manuscript.
Hopefully those guys are sent to the library. I can destroy it. At the Great Garrison. Yeah, they're gonna blow up a library. I don't know. Let's see. I want to know more about you.
The old elf permits himself a faint smile. I am not surprised. A strange, peculiar-looking elf with unusual powers who comes from afar and calls himself a collector of stories. Such things usually spark some interest. I will answer your questions.
Who are you and where are you from?
Before, I would have said that I was a blacksmith from Kyonin who lost his sight and then found his true calling in a new craft, that of a story collector. But I have lately begun to suspect that those words are no more than a lie. The old elf chuckles sadly. It's quite the irony. I never thought I'd have cause to complain about my memory. It holds the stories of the entire world, but I've noticed more and more alarming signs recently. I encounter ancient stories and see myself in them. I don't remember those events. But stories cannot lie. So it means that my memory is lying. And I intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm looking for proof that my visions are true. And for the reason why my past has been hidden from me.
You look ancient. I thought elves didn't get old.
The blind man straightens his bony back with dignity. As you can see, we do if we manage to live for many thousands of years. There may not be a single mortal in this world older than me. The storyteller sighs and continues with a sad smile. Anyway, it's not about time. It's about the stories I keep inside. There is so much suffering and sadness in this world. And in my stories too. I've lived every one of them. I've drunk this bitter experience and accepted it in my heart. It's hard. The weight of all this suffering on my shoulders. But I wouldn't trade my burden for any other.
Where did you get your strange powers?
The storyteller shrugs. I've always got along well with things. I used to be a blacksmith, that I know for sure. I've always felt the essence of things. Their spirit. For as long as I can remember, I have always been able to feel the traces of memories and feelings left on things by their former owners. I don't know where this gift comes from. Maybe, having taken my sight, the gods granted me another sense.
How do you see into the future?
I cannot say. Such visions are new to me. My instinct has always worked toward the past, not the future. But some things change. Everything changes. So do I. Perhaps right now the stories that are yet to happen are more important than the ones that have happened already.
Why did you come to the world wound?
Searching for the truth about my real past has brought me here. I saw myself in others' stories. In them I was called the elf in the tower. Now I'm looking for this tower, my tower, everywhere. I've been to many places, I've visited islands and deserts, but I haven't found it. There are very few uncharted territories on my map. The World Wound is one of them.
How do you collect your stories?
The same way a court philanderer collects his conquests. The way a healer has a personal cemetery of patients he failed to save. The way every person, including you, has a box of secret, most precious experiences deep down in their soul, that no one is allowed to touch. The world is not made of things or matter even. It's made of stories. They move from the past to the future, piercing our world at the point of here and now. They give meaning to everything, they are the meaning, and everything else is only the setting required for stories to exist. There is nothing more real and alive than a story. And anything real and alive can die or be destroyed. Distorted. Forgotten. But as long as I carry these stories with me, they will not be lost. This is why I don't often share my stories. By sharing one with you, I give you the right to tell it to others, to distort and embellish it advertently or inadvertently. How can I be sure you will keep its original purity? Stories travel from one person to another, they change, become distorted, turn into tall tales. This is why I keep my stories to myself.
I have no more questions.
That's what you think. In fact, the world is full of amazing things, and you still have a lot of questions. They just haven't bubbled up to the surface of your consciousness yet.
I have a few questions about Anna in the Black Library.
Of course. I make no secret of why I came to the library. I was looking for something.
What were you doing there?
I was looking for a very old thing. Rumor has it, some ancient scroll or a book page about the times of Earthfall is held in Kenabras. According to the legend, it describes the last days of the proud kingdom of Kyonin, later abandoned by the elves fleeing Gularian. I have a vague hope that the events described in it will shed some light on my past.
Did you find what you were looking for?
The storyteller shakes his head gloomily. Alas, no. But I found proof that the book I'm looking for is in Kenabras. Or at least a part of it is.
I see.
Thank you again for your help.
I have to go.
I wish you interesting adventures.
That they are. Alright, I'm gonna save, and it's already been almost 6 hours. Bloody hell. Saved. Elf. Oops. Got to speak with others in tavern. Still. Alright. And that'll be enough for a while. I need to charge up my other earphones again and have a break for a bit and put a stop on the YouTube thing for at least this episode.